Okay, Toki. I should be live. Um, Now here. Last time I went live, I messed up on the live side of things, and well, I didn't go live for like 30 minutes because of a setting, but should be here now. Um, and yeah, just gonna set some things up. Um, get some background music on in here, and then just freely talk about what I'll be doing here. And yeah. Um, but today has been a chill day. Nothing too crazy. Hopefully all you guys out there are having a chill day as well. Jordan Boyer, thank you for tuning in. Appreciate it. Hello, hello. Hope your day is going well. Um, I'll be explaining a little bit on what I'm doing in a second, but I'm just setting up some things here. So just give me a few moments. Okay. But okay. Make myself a little smaller. Let me see if I've got everything in here. Okay. So yeah, let me just explain a little bit on what we'll be working on here. Jump into it. So for today's stream, we checked this out a little bit last week. We are going to be checking out different Qwen quantizations for Qwen 3.6 for some just tasks. Last week, I tried out some of the bigger models, and things weren't going as smoothly as I had liked, which was a little unfortunate. But we're going to try again today. And hopefully make things a little bit smoother, and then just kind of chill, relax, and then work on some things. So I still have to kind of set up an environment. I actually I didn't set up an environment before this, but yeah, the task I got to figure out what I want to do for it. Let me see. Let me go ahead and let me get out of here. I'm gonna go into city. I feel like bottom right for me is pretty terrible. Probably go bottom, top right for my camera here, because I'll be working in 2 terminals. So I've got 2 terminals going on here. The bottom right hand side, I've kind of got the Pi extensions, and then on this left hand side, I actually have the Pi harness that I'm going to be using. And so I've been working on trying to have like this little sprite inside of my Pi extension here. Just it's kind of an animation. It's kind of cool. I just kind of like it. So I kind of have that there going on. I think what I'm gonna do is set up this environment here to be to work on the task that I was aligning on this left hand side here. So that's what I'm gonna try to do. Before, what I had done was I had set different branches. So let me actually just merge this branch here on GitHub to main, I think. So let me see. If you guys aren't aware, this is what I'm working at. This is my GitHub repository right here. We're working on the Pi extensions, and these Pi extensions can be put into Pi. And if you guys aren't aware what Pi is a local coding harness that you can use with some of these local models like Llama CPP and all of that cool stuff that we've been working with. So what I'm gonna do is merge this GPT 5.5 branch that I've been working in into the master branch, and then I'll get started with some environment setting up. So let me just go ahead and do that. I'm gonna do this a little bit off screen because I have to actually I might have to merge this inside of code. So let me go ahead and open that up inside of code. Close out of this. So what I'm actually going to do here is do code dot. So I've been working on trying to get my terminal, my PowerShell terminal skills up to speed to work everything inside of a terminal. But VS Code is really nice to just be able to see some things. So I am going to pull that up here. Code. Okay. So we've got this here. Close out of this. Open that. Go here. Okay. And I have to merge this branch into master. I have a little handy dandy document that I'm going to reference real quick. Merging. Merge upstream. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Git checkout. Master. Okay, I gotta stash them. Hold on. These gotta add. Make sure I'm not pushing anything crazy. Okay. The extension. The Pi emote extension. Git push. Okay, so now we should be able to do git checkout master. And then we should be able to merge. Git pull origin master. Git merge. Okay, cool. The feature branch is GPT 5 base. Not something we can merge. I wonder what's the issue here. Let me see. Git remote v. Git merge origin GPT 5.5. Oh, I messed up on the name there. Base. Okay, docs deleted version head tree, automatic merge fail. Okay, fix conflict. So I'm gonna fix this conflict here. Alright, what is the conflict? Okay, we're gonna drag this into local. I think that should fix it. Alright, get status. Okay, yeah, we should be good here. Get add all, get status, and then get commit. Merge from GPT 5.5 base. Adds Pi emote extension. Okay, there we go. be able to push that, and then we should be good to go. Hey, what's going on, Rayan? How you doing? Thank you for tuning in. You know, just coding, just working on some stuff. Today I was going to test out some more local Qwen models, but it's probably going to divulge and not be too much of a Qwen test bench, because as I'm going through this, I feel less in the... I feel like I want to just work on some other stuff, but I don't know, we'll see. I think I might change the title for the stream here to just be testing Qwen 27B, not gonna lie. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is rename the stream to be called Testing Out Qwen 3.6 27B locally. Again, there we go, instead of quantizations. But yeah, are you streaming today? I saw you were streaming. You're streaming every day on Twitch now. It's pretty commendable. That's a lot of work on the platform. That's good stuff. Was in the middle of watching your most recent video. You've got motion. Congrats, dude. Yeah, what I was gonna try to test was, as you might know, like there's different quantizations of the models. And I was gonna try to do a test between like 4-bit quantization versus maybe like 8-bit quantization versus maybe full precision at 16, but it depends. I don't know what it depends on. It depends on if I can get maybe a stable environment set up, but we'll see. We'll see if we can get a stable environment set up here for kind of what I'm working on. Like recently I've been working on these little sprites. So we've got like this little sprite here, and I can even demo like this little talking thing that I got going on here. So if I'm talking to Gemsicle here, I can be like, yo, and then it'll think.
What do you want?
And then it'll respond. Don't
just say yo and expect me to read your mind.
And
if you actually need something, just ask already.
So there we go. There's that inside of the Pi extension here. I know, right? All right. It's hecka cool, huh? And I've got a voice in here. I got the voice in here. It talks. It has the mic, the mouth moving to it, and be like, nothing, just chilling. And then
you're wasting my time then. Go chill somewhere else and come back when you actually have a problem you can't solve yourself. I'm not just here to be your boredom cure.
So yeah, we got the sprite in here. This is like a little extension that I've been working on, which is kind of fun. But this, credit where credit's due. It's not mine. This is actually from another guy. So I don't want to steal the glory of this. It's from like this Japanese dude. Where is his name at? Pi emote agent. Where is it? Man, Brave search is kind of sucking. Google. Let me see. Brave Pi emote agent GitHub. Oh, it's not. I can't even find it here. Okay, I have credits. I have credits for the Pi emote. So I actually stole it from from this repository here. So I guess the correct term is I forked it. I forked it from this repository here. But I saw this on Reddit and I was like, man, this is genius. We got the little sprite here. It can do text to speech, or we got the sprite here. But what I added was the text to speech. This model also has like these different thinking animations. So the cool thing about this Gemskull model is if I say, if I throw it a skill, I could even say, can you go and understand this repo? use the onboarding skill. If I throw that into here, it'll start going and actually being an intelligent agent to use the skill and go through the entire the workflow. So I haven't tested with the tsundere model too much because I don't know how good it is, but it's fun to be able to try. So as you can see, it's working through it. The sprite animation is changing here a little bit. Oh no, I lost it. And so it's like got a thinking book here. Pretty neat. Make it a little bigger. So yeah, in the top window right here, you've got the tokens per second going through. It's reading. So it's actually pretty cool. I mean, realistically, how often would I use this and look at it? I don't really know. But it's cool to have the animation, the sprite animation in here and the text-to-speech.
Fine. Since you're so desperate for me to understand this, I've gone through the repo. Don't expect me to be impressed just because you asked. No clarifying questions. I can figure it out myself. Project summary. Hi extensions. This repository is a collection of extensions for the PyCoding agent. It's mostly TypeScript and Node.js, using a specific PyCoding agent.
We're gonna stop her there. But yeah, is this their fine-tuned model? This is actually a fine-tuned model from Gemma 4. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the local models, but this is a Gemma 4 fine-tuned model. Gemsicle. Oops. And this can be found on Hugging Face. Oops. Gemsicle Hugging Face. But this one is based off of the Gemma 431B model. It's pretty good. It's able to, it keeps its personality very well. Yeah, this is Gemma 4, and this is the Gemsicle fine tune of it. So that's what I've been doing. Everything is better with an anime girl. Yeah, no lie. So that's why I have this little sprite here, and it's pretty neat. You know, I've got the tsundere actually. I've got the tsundere personality built in to the actual system prompt here, inside of the prompt template. So like, if we pop open, shoot, I can't pull it up here. But if we pop open, where is Jinja? Let me see. Quit. And then yeah, if we pop, yeah. So this is the system prompt. Let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here we go. Yeah, we've got the system prompt here, where I just throw it in here that you are a tsundere assistant for the model. So it's set into the launch system persona, so I don't have to set it at the beginning of the chat. So it's pretty cool. All things considered with the Gemma model. Basically, they are. Oh, hi. They're not the same. Let me see. Fenrir, hi. This is not the same, but I've had good experience with vision models recently. Basically, they are much more affordable than giving an image to ChatGPT or Claude and getting good text output. So, I mean, I can imagine that. Like, you just... Like, what type of image? Like, image analysis? I assume that would be the case. Like, if you want to save on tokens. What I'm working on is testing out running... I'm going to do most of my coding with local models. And then I'm going to use, like, GPT 5.5 to brush things up on and make it a little bit better. Once I finish things up on those. Ray, and you're thinking about moving Vico on smaller Qwen 8 or 14B models, Gemma models. Ooh, dude, I would say Gemma is has been really solid. Apparently, like even on what I was referencing, so I found this from the Silly Tavern Reddit. Where did it go? So I think they have I think this Reddit group has like weekly threads on the best models. So this is actually where I found Gemsicle. Oh wow. So there's a lot of interesting talk inside of this Reddit group here, and they've got a lot of good models. This is where I found the Gemsicle one. So Gemma 4 seems to be getting some good reviews for open models. Under 8 it seems like maybe Mistral, but yeah, these are cool. This is where I've been keeping an eye on, just in case I need any for personalities. But getting the entire assistant stack locally would be perfectly reasonable. Interesting talk, yeah. Fenrir, like a menu or advert, and getting a JSON that you can then use for a database like item price. I think I know what you're talking about. You're talking about giving like a local model an image it's cheaper to give them an image for them to like decipher into like JSON and whatnot. I think that's what you're trying to say. I might still be a little bit confused though. Yeah, but yeah, this is a cool area to find models. It seems like people are very into local models here on Silly Tavern AI. So that's what I've been checking out for those, and that's where I found this Gemsicle model. And specifically, the quantization here for Llama CPP was this guy right here, M Raider Matcher, and it was his model. So yeah, definitely check it out. It's pretty cool. Definitely check that out. Yeah, I haven't yet figured out what I want to do for the environment to set up in today's stream. I know I was going to be, since I kind of moved away, I changed the title to just testing out Qwen 3.627b. I think what I'm going to do is just work on the task that I had been doing, which was, I want to make this sprite even bigger. Like the sprite here is tiny. I want to make it bigger. So like I was brainstorming like, how do I make it 4 times bigger? So that's what I'm gonna test out here, and we'll see how that goes. And I'm running all these models locally, so like I'll have to unload the tsundere model because I don't want to use the tsundere too much here. And I've got this model here. So this is Qwen 3.6 full precision. Yeah. I know. I more anime girls in this terminal. That is true. What I'm trying to do is make the sprite a little larger here, because it's very tiny, even though it's got like these idle blinking animations and whatnot. Let me turn off. Oh, this was using my VLLM voice? Oh no, I should be using fish audio here. Yeah, fish is the API I gotta use. Beep. But Fenrir, yes, like internal VL3, which is locally usable. accepts instructions for vision tasks. Interesting. I'll have to take a look at internal VL and some vision models for that. So yeah. Yeah, Rayan. See, this Gemma model is actually fairly strong, or Gemsicle. They've got different quantizations here too, so definitely take a look at that. Like, you should be able to fit this on. I don't know about how good the Q2 prompts, the 4-bit models are, but you should be able to do a little bit of offloading and kind of maybe have the Q2 versions working here. But you'd have to test that out, test that out and see. Hopefully she wouldn't go off the rails too much. But yeah, that's the biggest thing, is context for these models. You might be able to run it. Who knows? Like, I was actually running Qwen 3.6 27B on my 12 gigabyte card. So Q2, yeah, maybe 2-bit quantization might be something good to test out. Let me see what we've got here. Not trivial. Okay, let's see, yeah. Analyze this one more time. How do you break this down into a doable plan? Yeah, I mean, anything below Q4 is a little wild, but that's for like reliable tasks. If you need I actually don't know. Like, I don't know if under Q4 maybe the system prompt stays coherent, but it's just not able to do tool calling for the life of it. So like, maybe you'll get some unhinged responses at Q2. That might be fun, not gonna lie. Like, you don't want the model to be too lobotomized, but you still want it to work. Yeah, I've heard Q2 can work. Sorry. Q3 can work. I was actually trying out before. I think I was running like a 300 billion parameter model at Q1. And it was still coherent. It was just slow because there was so much offloading. So the larger the parameter count, the lower the quant you can kind of run it at. But obviously, 300 billion parameters is huge. Yeah, I'm like, who knows? Maybe Q2 might have a unique personality to it. But yeah, that's kind of the science and the magic. That's the magic behind it. You download a model, try it out, see how it feels, and then go from there, pretty much. I would say for vision models, like if you're trying to speak, I feel like Qwen is actually not bad with the images, not gonna lie. Like, I feel like I've had good experiences with the Qwen VL models in the past. They're just kind of slow, I guess, maybe. But they're not even that slow if you're able to get it fully on the GPU for images. Oop. Alright, all done. Yeah, unique is one way to put it. Yeah, I've heard Qwen isn't really good at roleplay, and it's really not really good at personality. But it's a really, really good coding model, Qwen. 100%. Alright, let's see. Now I have a complete picture. Alright, terminal image. Widget uses Okay, just the config. 10 minutes, low risk. Optional 1 to 2 hours. Okay, they're here. Okay then. Let's go ahead and only make the images larger. Keep the ASCII the same size. Also, I've tried to completely switch to Windows Terminal for coding because VS Code does not allow the sprites to work. So because I want this little tiny sprite thing to work, I've basically switched my entire workflow, which is such a funny little thing. Like, so for example, inside of the chat harness that I'm using, it only allows for these little ASCII faces inside of the terminal. So because VS Code's limitation, I have completely upended my my VS Code usage to Windows PowerShell terminals. Which I don't know if any of you guys have experienced that. Like, this is such a tiny, trivial little thing that I just completely switched, or I'm trying to completely switch. And then inside of the other terminal, I have Vim here, and so I'm trying to figure out how to do Vim for everything, because apparently true coders use Vim. And so yeah, I'm trying to figure this thing out, but it's been a while since I've used the Vim, and yeah, I have to get used to that. But yeah. Oh, you switched to PowerShell as well, Jared? No, that's good to hear. I mean, I'm glad I'm not the only one. It seems PowerShell is actually better than I thought. Like, I can change terminals here, and like I can swap terminal panes. Like, if I want to move this to the right, I can swap it. So like, this is pretty neat. I didn't know this was possible with Windows, so I'm starting to figure that out. It's pretty neat, be able to switch around. But anything for anime girls. Yeah, it's just cool. I mean, I just think it's cool because if you have, let's say you've got a character, like let's say Rico, right? You could have Rico sprites in here, changing the expression and animations here. So that is it. Well, Chips, I had tried my hardest. I had tried so hard to get this working inside of VS Code. I think I've spent I spent probably like 4 hours working through some solutions on here for VS Code, and it worked, but it was broken because of a unfinished implementation of like something called Kitty, which is like an image, I guess it allows you to do images in the terminal, and an unfinished implementation into VS Code, so it just wasn't working properly. And so yeah, I was like, screw it, I don't want to spend much more time on that. We're just gonna do it in the terminal here. And it's not even exclusive to anime like girls. It could be like it could be your own asset that you want to put into the animation here. It can be whatever you want it to be. But the ultimate goal is just maximum customization and personality. Truth nuke. All right. Well, if I see Rico animation sprites inside of a terminal, I'll know where that idea came from. That'll be cool. I mean, that would be very cool. You'll be able to use it inside of the terminal. Add some voices to it. Like I said, I added the voices in here so that it speaks. Ouch, my ears. I should probably turn that down a little bit. Okay. Look. Oh shoot! I closed out my Llama CPP terminal. Oops. Oopsie daisy. Okay. All right. So the implementation has been done here. All right. So let's see if that implementation by the model finished. Let's go ahead and reload this one here. I install dot reload. Well, it's still the same size. Still the same size. Nothing got changed. Let me take a look at this a little bit. What do I use for local LLM service? I am using Llama CPP, the latest version of Llama CPP with Qwen 3.6. What I'm using is multi-token prediction. So I'm actually able to get up to 80 tokens per second, which flies on my computer at full precision. But it uses 78 gigabytes of VRAM. It's a lot of VRAM. So there's that. Andy, thank you for tuning in. Great stuff. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Here's my observation. Nothing changed. The sprite is still the same size. Any limitations here? The biggest thing with the local models is the so one thing you have to account for is how long it takes for the model to pre-fill, which is prompt processing. So right here in this top right hand corner, the model has to ingest all of the previous context from my previous chats here. So around 180,000 tokens. It has to digest and understand all of that before it's able to respond back to me. So if the issue with offloading to like CPU or something along the lines of that is that these pre-fill tokens are pretty slow. So that's one thing to keep in mind with local LLMs. Sorry, what is that sound? That is a beep to let me know that the model has finished. Since I'm actually on stream and I am quite active, I'm gonna turn that off so that it doesn't keep beeping your guys' ears. But for example, my original idea, I always go off on tangents when I'm building something. So my original idea was that if I was playing Path of Exile 2 or something like that, in the background I would have an agent running. And so once it finishes, it would notify me that it's done and I can stop grinding on PoE 2. But until, since I'm on stream and I'm not playing PoE 2, I can turn off that notification. So that was it. That was my original, that's the reason why I have that sound here. So I feel like my entire coding life is just going off on random tangents and mini projects on quality of life things that I want and need. So yeah. MTP is nice to have. Now you need fused kernels to get that pre-fill to 10x. How do I do that? You know what's interesting is VLLM. So VLLM has crazy fast prompt processing times. Like I think I was getting like 10,000 tokens per second in VLLM. So I guess maybe I need to figure out how that works with Llama CPP. That might be something to explore. Yeah, multitask master. Yeah, honestly, you know, the biggest thing like with these agents is like if I'm working on something seriously, I'll pay attention to it a lot more. But if I'm working on some you know, tiny little small, just I would say insignificant, but it's kind of fun type of thing, like this sprite here, I'm gonna use I'll probably do it in the background. So I need a notification model for that. Okay, reload. Oh, all right, there we go. So yeah, the sprite is now bigger here. All right. So this works better now. Can I make the configuration configurable inside of the emote command? Okay. So there we go. So now the sprite is a lot bigger here. I could see it a lot better. That's fun. That's fun. Qwen 3.6 27B or 35B. I'm using the dense model. Dense is smarter. Apparently, I haven't tested out 35B much, but dense is very fast on my system because I have the full thing in my GPU. So, yeah, everything is on my GPU. Do I have a setup on this build? Well, you might not like it. My setup is just throwing a lot of money into a local server machine. So I have an RTX 6000 Pro, and that does all of the heavy lifting that I need for all of these models. So there's that. I will be coming out with a video, though, on Llama CPP. And the Pi setup and the Pi harness that I have here. So I will be coming out with a video to show you guys how I got this all set up. And then I'll try to kind of show this on my 12 gigabyte card, the 3060. But there's a caveat with the 3060 is that it can't load everything onto this VRAM. So you have to offload to RAM, and it's a lot slower, unfortunately. So there's that. But yeah, you can run Qwen 3.6 4-bit quantization on a 12 gigabyte card. You just need to have 32 gigabytes of RAM, but it's going to run pretty slow, like maybe like 5 tokens per second. I was getting 5 to 6 tokens per second. Maybe I should have said 6-7 tokens, but yeah, it's slow on 3060. And then you just have to have reasonable expectations for that with a smaller GPU. Yeah, Llama CPP is the OG, and it gives you the freedom to implement new tech. Yeah, I think Llama CPP, they're doing great work. I love Llama CPP. Like, the implementation is solid. It's got an OpenAI compatible server, so anything that I need to do, I can switch back and forth between Llama CPP and VLLM. So that is super nice. And so once I figured that out, I was like, this is all I really need. Like, it's so good. Okay, so now I can, oh, shoot. Emote. Image size. I guess I could say, like, let's say 24. Oh, wow, look at that. I can change it. Perfect. Emote, image size, 16. Alrighty. Reload. Cool. So there you go. I can change the image size here for the little sprite, which is neat. Image size. Let's go 64. Heck, why not? Oh wow. All right. Okay. So ginormous sprite here. Hold on. That's a little too big. Image size. We'll go 48. Keep it manageable. All right, but yeah. Now let me just go ahead and update my documentation. Update documentation with that skill. But yeah, Qwen 27B with MTP, still not as fast as this. Probably my Tesla 40. Your Tesla 40 being old, but if you think about it, the fact that you're able to run on that's probably like an 8-year-old GPU, right, or older, is pretty wild. And so Qwen 27B has been like such a strong model running locally. Like I'm super impressed with it. My last live stream, when I was testing out the different quantizations, I did run into issues with trying to do an implementation, but the issue was mainly with my planning documentation. And so the thing is, like, if I plan out what I want to work on well enough, and then I implement it, and then I have maybe GPT 5.5 come in to help out. Like, that is such a good workflow for me, and it saves me on so much token usage for some of the cloud models. Like, it's really, really good. All right, so let me see what it's got here. Proceed. Yes. Please go ahead and proceed. And the thing is, so this model, like, I'm running on 189K of context right now. And so I've got such a huge context window to work with here. It's pretty wild for Qwen 3.6. What about a 5090? 5090 is more than, way more than capable of using Qwen 27B. I believe you can use the 5090 at 8-bit quantization, and you should be fine here. Though I think you have to lower context down to maybe like 64K, but still more than enough. More than enough room to be able to do it. Okay, done. The root read me that this emote is way too big. Image size. We'll go 32. Oh. 26. Okay, cool. Alright. And last but not least, I will go ahead and verify documentation here. To be fair, I'm using Gemma 426B just fine. I'm trying to use the Qwen 27B on Hermes, and it takes a lot of context tokens. Oh yeah. Though I think the issue with the Qwen models is that they think a lot, so they'll produce a lot of context and a lot of bloat inside of the context. So that's one thing that it eats up a ton of context tokens for that. But very strong models. I actually haven't tried the Gemma models. I hear they're also really good. I've been trying out the Gemma 4 model for more accurate like roleplay, or just trying to create an agent personality, just for funs. Like I don't know if I'm going to. I might actually use it. I think I'm getting back into like the personalization for chatbots. Getting back into that realm of things. I'll probably be bringing back Emi Takahashi. I don't know if any of you guys watch my old AI VTuber streams. I had like a few. I had an old personality called Emi, and I think I'll probably bring her back as a regular occurring figure, but we'll see. Yeah, 128K context, yeah. Now, if I have to ask Nanashi, is the Hermes harness? How do you like the Hermes harness? I hear that it's also another good one out there. Let me see. Hermes agent, right? Like, there's so many of these agents. It's the only agent with a built-in learning loop. Creates skills from experience. Yeah, like, it seems like it's got a lot built in. Like, I hesitate to use applications that just have a lot of stuff built in, because it's just too much for me. Because I like to understand, like, component by component kind of how things are working, which is why I'm using like this Pi agent, because I can build it as I like. Yeah, Gemma 4 is awesome for roleplay. Coding is okay. Yeah, that's what I've heard so far. So with Hermes, you had nothing but issues, but I'm using Linux, so that could be the reason why. Maybe, but yeah, I heard like OpenClaw it has a lot of regressive updates. So 1 step forward, 2 steps back type of updates with OpenClaw. I never got into OpenClaw because it just really didn't appeal to me, and I still probably won't because I probably don't have a usage for it yet. If anything, I would build my own, and that's the most likely outcome. Hermes Agent and Pi are both top tier. Oh, good to hear. Good to hear. Yeah, Criticusy. Did I say that right? Yeah, you got to try out Llama CPP. Really good. Ollama is basically a wrapper of Llama CPP, and I've heard that maybe there's a little bit of bloat with Ollama, but you know, I think the core engine behind it is Llama CPP, so I just go straight to the source for a lot of these things if I can. Though I hear Ollama has a lot of, I guess, kind of like user-friendly stuff, if I might say, to make it a little bit easier to interact with. But once you get a feel for like Llama CPP, it's perfectly fine. Not too bad to run, and you can pretty much use AI to help you out with all of that. No, Hermes runs awesomely. OpenClaw had a lot of issues. Okay, so that's what I've heard. I've been hearing about Hermes a lot. So it's something that I might try out, but it really depends. Saron Almighty, thank you for tuning in. You use Hermes for managing your home lab system. Oh wow, how does that work? Like, does it send you like notifications like, yo Saron, this application has finished downloading this movie, or something like that? That's actually pretty neat. I'm curious to see how that would work. Do you have it set up with like Kubernetes, or are you running like just like Docker Compose for all of that stuff? When you were trying out Hermes and OpenClaw, figuring out how they worked, constantly having Hermes fix OpenClaw, eventually just ditched OpenClaw. Yeah, I mean, I think the guy behind OpenClaw is great. But one thing that I heard is that he likes to ship fast, and everything is just on. Oh wow, there's a lot of branches here. He just likes to ship fast and throw things out of there, and I'm the type of guy who will stay on like a stable release or a stable update for like a year until I run into an issue with it. So that just didn't really vibe with me because of a bunch of possible issues. Pretty much for the home server, you just set up cron jobs and have different tools reporting things or kicking things off for you. That's awesome. I've been looking into maybe trying to get a little home server going as well, just to kind of learn, more DevOps, just to skill up on DevOps stuff with Kubernetes and Docker Compose, Docker containers, and stuff like that. So I might be picking up on that just to learn and see how that ends up going. So it'd be cool to tie it into one of the agents. So maybe I'll be looking into Hermes. We'll see how that goes. Maybe I'll go to like a Hermes arc and go through that. We'll see. It also helped you troubleshoot some issues on system, Linux issues. Interesting. Are you running everything on Linux? I have yet to set up a full Linux box on any of my devices yet. I'm mostly running everything through WSL2 if I need Linux availability. I have not dived into Linux yet. Just toss a DGX Spark into a closet and go. Isn't the DGX Spark, isn't that bad boy like $5,000? Oh my gosh. Let me see. Yeah, that's $46.99. Holy moly, that's a pricey boy right there. Let me see if my X. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that is a pricey boy right there. $5,000. Holy moly. And so I was thinking about this. I haven't researched how the DGX Spark works, but from my understanding is it's not a GPU. but it's rather like a hybrid CPU architecture where it's like unified memory, kind of like how Mac does its hardware. I heard it was kind of like that, so I don't know like how does it work with acceleration libraries like PyTorch. Like I was running into a lot of issues with SGLang because SM120, which is my Blackwell RTX GPU, wasn't compatible with SGLang. So there was that. I actually don't know how that ends up affecting the DGX Spark compatibility wise. Home servers are fun. You use Proxmox to use a lot of VMs for your Docker, NAS and such. Okay. I'll have to take a look at that. Yeah, I want to get my own home server up and running. Like, it sounds like a fun idea. Have it running on Linux. Cachios. See, that's the thing with like Linux. Like, there's like an endless amount of stuff to do with Linux, right? So you end up just trying to find which distro is the best. I'll have to look into that a little bit. Using X99 servers because you don't have the money for them. Now, what's an X99 server? Unfortunately, I cannot imagine what the X99 servers are. Maybe I can use my intelligent AI to figure that out for me. What are X99 servers? The boxes we use to develop enterprise solutions for. Oh, really? The DGX Spark? Alrighty. Well. Oops. Sorry. I don't have... What are X99 servers? Alright. Gonna slap that in there. Honestly, with all the stuff you're doing, I don't see you having much unsolvable Linux issues. I don't think so either. Not to let my hubris overtake, but it, like a lot of these AI agents, they help me solve a lot of problems. And I feel like it would just be a cool little challenge to go through. I'm definitely going to run into a lot of issues though, but at work I have Macs and whatnot, and I know they're based off of Linux, I heard. So I'm not unfamiliar in the Linux terminal, but yeah, I'd have to figure out and understand how the kernel works and all that fun stuff, but that's what the AI is supposed to be for. Hello? I just want to know what are X99 servers? Everything works on DGX Spark. Okay, cool. Perfect. Sounds good. That's all. That's the confirmation I needed. That's good. I might have to get a DGX Spark. But if Nvidia wants to sponsor me for that, that would be nice. I'll have to see about that, because it'd be nice to have 128 gigabytes of unified memory. X99 is a consumer enthusiast desktop chipset from Intel, not a server chipset. Okay. Quad memory, 40 PCI lanes. Oh, DDR4. Oh, they fit Xeon chips. Oh, this brings to mind something. I saw this on Reddit the other day. But there was this DRAM persistent persistent memory RAM server. Reddit. Intel persistent memory modules. I saw this Intel persistent memory module. I saw this Reddit post about these persistent module sticks, and some dude was running an enormous like Kimi model on there. Oh man, Brave search sucks. Sorry, Brave. Persistent memory Intel Optane. Local Llama Reddit. I think it was on Local Llama. Oh yeah. This guy was running 1 trillion parameter models at 4 tokens per second on simply Intel Optane persistent memory, which I believe were sticks that could operate as like SSD and RAM, which I thought is such a cool idea. Yeah, and he runs Kimi 2.5 MOE on here, so I thought that was neat. So I don't know if you guys saw this, but I thought this was really interesting. Made me almost want to build a system like this, just because this seems cool. But hopefully this doesn't like spike the price of these things. Saron, you didn't spend too much time on the distro selection. Just played around with a bunch of VMs just to get a feel for it, and settled on Cachios. All right, cool. Yeah, that's probably how I would end up going. There was a guy in here that his name is like I use Arch Linux LOL. And maybe I'll look into Arch. I might look into that. We'll see. We'll see what's going on here. But I still replaced your Windows machine, but that still hasn't happened right now. It's just a home lab system. Basically, daily drive it on my. Basically, daily drive it instead of my Windows machine. Just play games on my local models on my gaming machine myself. That sounds about right. But even I heard gaming on Linux is actually getting better and better. So, if if I switch to Linux fully, I'd still be able to game. The only thing is like some applications that I do use are Windows only. Like I'm getting back into 3D printing, so I need SolidWorks. And if I can't use, I don't think SolidWorks is on Linux. At least not that I checked. Yeah, SolidWorks is not on Linux apparently, so I know it's a little thing, but since I can't use SolidWorks on Linux, I probably still need Windows. Bazite is great if you like to game as well. What's Bazite? I'm a big gamer. A big gamer, so to say. Like I'll play one game forever. That's it. Okay. Oh, okay. This is like designed for Linux newcomers and enthusiasts for Steam. All right, cool. I'll have to try that out. I know all of these are they're all kind of built on like these emulator stuff. No, I could be thinking of something else. I was thinking about I was trying to get Steam running on my phone, so there was an app for that, but I forgot what it was called. Ray, and literally every Arch Linux user is required by law to tell you that they are using Arch. No shot. Okay. Well, if I become a user, I'll have to say I'm using Arch Linux. Hey, I can say I'm using Vim. Hey, I'm using Vim, Neo Vim. Even though this is lazy Vim, I'm getting into Vim, so I can be a cool kid. I can be a cool kid with file modifications. I know how to insert stuff into here. I can do new lines. I can yank. I know how to yank. Hello there. I can do yank and then I can paste. Look at that. I'm a professional at this. And delete. I'm getting good at this. I have my Explorer here, space E. So I got that. I think K I can use to find other instances of a word. K. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, but I don't know. I'm getting into some of these things. Like this is kind of neat. I haven't used Vim since college, and so yeah, it is going to be a little bit faster because I can move back and forth between these terminals. But like Windows PowerShell terminals is not bad. Like I can go between these terminals pretty easily, and everything is in one window. So yeah, there's that. Let's see. Yeah, you find these things. Oh, the Intel Optane model, you find it pretty cool. Why you would want to run a 1 trillion model at 4 tokens per second. It's just because you can. It's just cool. I don't think it's practical to run any model at 4 tokens per second. Practical, it would be at minimum 20 tokens per second for that. Gaming on Linux is pretty great now. The only remaining problem, game devs using root level anti-cheat. Gotcha. Yeah. But if you're a solo game player like me, I feel like that shouldn't be too much of an issue. Like, the only games I really play, so I play Path of Exile 2. I just started playing that again recently because there's a new patch. I play solo games, I just finished the Nier series, so I played Nier Replicant and Nier Automata. Great series. I played Expedition 33 before that. What else did I play? I played Elden Ring before that. Yeah, I stick to Monster Hunter Wilds. I stick to one game, a lot of single player games, but I guess Monster Hunter Wilds is multiplayer for a little bit. So, well, I guess give or take. You have to say, by the way. Let me see, what is that one? Tuxedo OS. Okay. Maybe check out Tuxedo. Vim is like the Jehovah's Witness of terminal coding. Yeah, pretty much. Like, if you want to be a cool kid, use Vim, apparently. But there's a lot of good things going for Vim. Like, if I need to modify a file, what I was previously doing was I would open up the entire file inside of VS Code, or I would do this archaic, let's say like ILS here, I would do notepad. Like, who the heck does notepad? tsconfig.json. And it would open up a notepad window. And I don't know if that's efficient, right? Like, who wants to use notepad? Yeah, I'll fit right into Arch, Tmux, and Vim, Arch. Now there's Pmux. I have PSMux, which is I don't have PSMux. PowerShell Mux, which I think is the Windows version of Tmux. But I'll really only use them if it increases my efficiency. He said it a year ago. Is your Arch cred valid? Yeah. I think as long as you said it once before, it should be valid. I don't know if you have to say it every year. It's kind of like a ritual. What is Notepad? Are you serious? Yeah, I'll show you real quick. What is Notepad? This, I think, I thought everyone knows what Notepad is. Let me show you Notepad. This is Notepad. It doesn't, there's no type checking here. There's no formatting. There's nothing along the lines of that. Make sure if you use Notepad on Windows, you make sure you do open in a new window, and when Notepad starts, start new session and discard unsaved settings, and then turn off recent files. You need to turn off all 3 of these settings on Notepad if you're using Notepad as specifically if you're a streamer, but just in general, it just makes life a lot better. This is Notepad, simple text editor. Emacs. I don't know what Emacs is, unfortunately. Nano. I don't even have access to Nano. Nano is a Linux thing. Linux Nano is a Linux thing, if I'm not mistaken. Like, let me see. Yeah, I don't have Nano here, so I can't use it. Let me turn off this. Enter. Yeah, I don't have Nano here. This is what people are forced to use it. Hell yeah, pretty much. Like, it's not friendly. It's not too friendly. I would not recommend it. Okay, so there's one thing that I do want to implement here that I'm gonna get prompted up. one thing that I want to implement here. For example, if I make the window too narrow, the sprite goes away. Let's say if I make the window 40% thickness, the sprite goes away. Let's make it persist until the size of the config has persist, please. Alright, so we'll run that in there. Take a look at some of these comments. Only Windows 98 flashbacks. I'm telling you, Jared, I've been using Notepad to edit things for the past forever. Or like I said, I'll open it up in VS Code and do it in VS Code. But yeah, if I just need something done real quick, I'll just throw it up in Notepad. And I feel like I should be getting flack for that, because who does that? So yeah, I've picked up NeoVim in here to be cooler. Like I should have done this way earlier, but here we are, a lot later. You like having your 50 scratch notes open every time. Yeah, me too. You know, you want to have, actually, don't turn off those Notepad settings. Whenever you want Notepad to launch, you want to make sure it opens up everything. All of your previous links saved, all of your previous your scratch edits, your brainstorms, your free-flowing, I don't know, thoughts. You want to make sure everything is on Notepad. Blender has some CAD add-ons if you're not using hardcore SolidWorks features like Shrek simulations, etc. I believe you, Black Matt. The only thing is that I had 4 years of SolidWorks in college, and I'm very proficient in SolidWorks, so it's just like I gotta go learn it. Like, I still use Adobe instead of DaVinci Resolve because like I don't want to switch away from my keybinds and everything that I know with Adobe. So yeah, I'm kind of locked in. But yeah, I don't need stress analysis. Sorry, I peaked my mic. I don't need stress analysis on SolidWorks because I'm just doing 3D printed parts. Unless I decide to make a robot, which I might do in the near future. Probably not near future. Probably within the next 3 to 4 years. Then maybe I'll run some FE. You've been a Linux user since 2008 and only used Windows when you're forced. Honestly, props to you. Yeah, like that's almost 2 decades on Linux. That's nuts. Yeah, I've only ever used Windows, but I know enough of Linux. I mean, I know enough of WSL2 and running things in WSL2 to maybe transition over to Linux when I need to. Yeah, not even Notepad++. Yeah, I don't use Notepad++. Because, so Notepad++, it's just Notepad, but with like coloring, right? Actually, I mean, maybe that's a simplification, but I know you can add libraries and stuff to Notepad++ and make it understand syntax better. But if I needed to do any serious modification, I would just pop open VS Code, and that was my equivalent. But if I just needed a simple file modified, yeah, I'm whipping open Notepad. But okay, but yeah, I kind of sent another prompt in because so if you guys didn't notice, what's happening here, if I make the window smaller, look at that, my sprite is gone. So if I go left, gone. If I go right, present. Left, gone. Right, present. So what's happening is when a terminal window is too small, this lovely animation that I have here, this sprite animation, disappears. So I would like to, not have it disappear. So we're going to be working with that. Saron, you basically swapped to Linux back in December. You used it on and off for the last 30 years, but nothing like I use it now. Honestly, I feel like, yeah, I really should just get a Linux box going. I have my 3060 on another Windows computer. I should just switch that over into Linux, not gonna lie. That might be a little bit better. The only issue is I paid for a Windows license, so I gotta use it, right? So that's kind of my holding me back a little bit. If anyone makes like an open source version of the figure robots, I would get into robotics in a heartbeat. Honestly, yeah, me too. There was so in college I used something called ROS. I don't know if ROS is robotics is still a thing. It's got to be, right? It's got to be. Yeah. ROS is still being used. I think this is it. This has got to be it. Yeah. Robotics operating system. So maybe I got to start picking up ROS again and trying it out. But that's what I remember doing. I actually have I think I have a project in ROS on, if you look at my GitHub repositories, way back. Where am I at? Yeah, I had this virtual robot moving inside of my Mech 470 class. UBR. Oh, this was it. There you go. Moving joints inside of a ROS virtual machine. Wow, these are ancient days. But what do I have? There we go. You guys want to see one of my senior projects? This is it right here. This was back before all of the AI stuff, so I had to figure this out. I didn't even... I barely knew what the heck an API was back then. We had to figure all this out. Man. Now I could have AI do all this for me. But look at that. We got a robot moving. I got an A on this project. Super proud of it. Oh, man. What a time. Okay. And that was a robotics project. I went off on a tangent there, but I got to get back into it sometime. Now I'm just doing a lot of the AI stuff. With my skills, I learn faster and more things. And for the Linux, pretty much use all my old Windows techniques, work on Linux, which require workarounds and laziness. Honestly, props to you, my man. Like, learning something new is tough. Like, I would probably fall in the same line. Like, I'm so used with a lot of Windows things that I think I would still try to find out ways to do things the Windows way. Because I'm pretty stubborn when I have to migrate to new software. I want it to work as I understood previously, unless I can't, and then I'll have to be forced to learn. Yeah. Sunk cost fallacy. What is sunk cost fallacy? Is that like you put a lot of money into something and then it just goes away? I forgot. What is that? My brain. The psychological trap of continuing an endeavor because you have already invested heavily into it. Oh yeah. I've got a lot of sunk cost fallacy going on with my with me inside of some of these projects. I could do dual boot, but the issue with dual boot, right, is I need SSD storage, and I also have to host. I mean, it's probably not big. It's probably like 20 gigs for the dual boot SSD. But SSD storage is expensive right now, so I'm pretty much using almost 4 terabytes of my M.2 hard drive already. So, yeah, I don't know if I want to buy another SSD for Linux. I think my motherboard can use 2 M.2 SSDs. No. My board doesn't allow for 2 M.2 SSDs, unfortunately. I don't think so. Chips, you don't know. Hey, it's okay. You can admit it. This is a safe space. Never pay for Windows in your life. You've been using Windows your whole life. I can say that I've never paid full price for a Windows license. How about that? I've never paid full price for a Windows license. So I'm with you there. All right. Let me go ahead and reload this extension. So if the behavior works when I make it smaller, it shouldn't disappear. Cool. All right. So it's not disappearing. Perfect. Until it's too small. Alrighty. Awesome. So the sprite doesn't disappear now, so we are good there. That is great. AI development. Let's go. That's sick. So Hugging Face has been open sourcing a lot of robotic stuff lately. The next wave of robotic stuff, the next wave of AI, I think, is gonna have to be robotics. So, you know, this is a little different, but I've been looking into robotics stocks to invest in. I don't know if there's any good robotics stocks out there that you guys have suggestions for, but I think it's the next wave. It's got to be the next wave. Because, you know, if you look at Nvidia is throwing, I think, you know, billions of dollars into robotics. And if you look at the way Jensen Huang talks about AI, there's a lot of mention and talk about it, about simulating the real world for robotics, so, and building models to be able to do real world things. And the only way that you can do that is with like embedding AI systems into some machine. So it has to be robotics in my head. Yeah, physical AI, NVIDIA Cosmos. So yeah. You know, you got big companies trying to build autonomous systems. So I'm like, I got to get into this. I got to get into this as well. Nanashi, yes, I don't like change. Me neither. I'm along the same lines. I only really change if I have to. But there's a reason why your profile pic is a pirate. That's all you're saying. Hey, that's all good. You know, you've sailed the 7 seas. You, my good sir, have sailed the seas out there on the web. That is a lot of work at a lot of times. Yeah, Microsoft still has enough money to survive still. True. I know. I don't think they need all of the licensing money from me, right? They've got billions of dollars of revenue from licensing inside of big corps. But, you know, they are losing a decent chunk of money, I think. I think they lost a ton of money on GitHub Copilot, because I don't know if you guys saw, but their GitHub Copilot, they increased their prices a decent chunk on Copilot, which made a lot of people not happy with them recently. And I covered a video on local AI for that. So, yeah, there is that. I think you can get a PCIe to M.2 adapter, as I think M.2 PCI lanes, if I understand it's correct. I think so. So my motherboard has one PCIe 16 slot, one 8, and then 2 4s. I think I'm occupying most of them though. So yeah, I don't know. I think I'm occupying most of them. I was thinking I do want to get a bigger motherboard, but that's for a future time, because I do want a dual RTX 6000 system. So I was wondering, like, how do I slap in 2 6000 Pros into a system? But that's an upgrade I'll probably do in a couple of years. Because yeah, that's pretty pricey. So does that mean we can have a real Android 18? Is Android 18, is that a character? Let me see. Android 18. Yeah, we would probably have a real Android 18. I'm thinking like we could have like a real 2B, right? Like a 2B or 2A from the Near series. That'd be kind of neat. That would be pretty neat. It does. An M2 drive will attempt to occupy 4 PCIe lanes. Okay. Yeah. So I should be able to. I should be able to plug it in. I would just need to get an adapter on my my motherboard. I was able to. Oh, you should try an MTP just to see how ass it is. Like you were saying on Discord, MTP quad. Actually, so Mars, so I am actually running a MTP model here in the top right hand corner, but I'm running in full precision. So this is the full precision BF16 model here, and I haven't been running into too many issues with it. I do have a task here that I'm running. And so if I run a skill, I could say, let's do like update documentation. I don't see... Oh, it seems like it saves like a previous context, and then it only needs to update a few more pre-filled tokens here. So I'm not too sure how that's working. But it is a little slower. It was running at about 750. It was running at 2000 earlier. Yeah, overall speeds, like if it's able to fit, it seems like it's able to work well with. Try with filled context and see what your pre-processing time is. I'll try that out. After I finish updating here, we'll run a question through it on 200. Let's see, you're able to fit two 3090s on your X870 touchy motherboard, but barely. See, the only issue with... So 3090s, I think, are the most affordable for the VRAM, but the issue is power. So the only reason I would consider getting two RTX 6000s is that they're 96 gigabytes of VRAM each, and they run at about 300 watts. So you could run a dual system at 1500, like with a 1500 watt PSU or 1600 watt PSU. So you'll be at a lot less power than than building an 8X 3090 node. Bifurcate the X16 slot you have. Use risers to slot the GPUs on a rail. Oh, okay. I'll keep that in mind actually. So what you're saying is that I split the X16 slot into a dual X8 slot and then throw on the GPUs there. That could work. That could work. Some of the servers mobiles have multiple X16 slots. Yeah, that would be ideal. But then I also think that you need a CPU that's able to handle it. So I would need an Intel Xeon or a Threadripper, I think, for those to work. You've got a Nier game but haven't played it yet. I'd recommend you play the Nier games. I found great enjoyment inside of the Nier games. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna look at Mars and Bars. I'll stop my server here. Because then it'll clear the context. And then I'll go ahead and run a new task just to see how slow the prefill is. The cool thing I like about Llama CPP is that it loads the models very, very fast. Like, the only issue with like VLLM is that it loads them fairly slow. Because I think it runs, it pre-computes like the CUDA graphs so that it can run faster. I think that's why it does that. But yeah, this should be fairly fast. All right, so that's done there. And then I can throw in 2000 context tokens. We'll run the skill. We're going to verify documentation. So for some of the skills here, I've been averaging about 3,000 tokens per second. So yeah, but it's fully fit on the GPU. So I average about 3K tokens per second here. Kind of late, but Qwen 3.6 227B is it good with coding? Yes, I love Qwen 3.6 27B. So I would say I'm kind of addicted to the local model. Oh wait, hold on. So as context is increasing, it looks like the token speed has decreased down to about 2,000 tokens per second. So we'll see how fast we'll see how slow it gets to once I hit about 213. But the Qwen 3.627B, they got fantastic context coherence with longer prompts, and I'm able to do a lot of stuff with it. So yeah, just realized that there's a GIF in the terminal. This is an animation sprite. Oh, it's actually broken. Wait a second. I actually broke my sprite here. So normally this sprite, what it does is it changes its animation based on what's being done, and it seems like it's broken right now. So I must have broke it in a previous update. I'll have to go back and check that out. But yeah, it looks like, so we're at 150,000 context tokens, and it's slowed down about half. So it's processing at about 1,600 tokens per second, but we're almost there. That could be. I noticed that the behavior with Llama CPP version for MTP models in UBA, it's like caching the prompt. So I noticed that as well with Llama CPP, is that if I'm working on something, it caches the prompt here, and then if the prompt has changed a little bit, it doesn't have to pre-process the entire thing again. I think it's able to start up from a previous point, but I'm not exactly sure on how that works. Yeah, if you could, you would just get two RTX 6000s if you had 20K to drop. Yeah, the two RTXs would be the best energy for the compute here. Okay, so the processing, it's slowed down to about 1.3K tokens per second, and then on output speed here. With MTP, we're getting about 30 tokens a second. So not bad. Not too bad with that. So if I go new here, I did break this animation, I think. Hello there. Let me see. Onboarding. Oh no, the project onboarding, the sprite's still working. So yeah, I spent a lot of time trying to get this sprite working inside of Windows. So when it's thinking, it has like this phone animation, and when it's doing work, it reads, it thinks. So yeah, is Qwen 3.6 good for deep coding as it is a free? Free in a relative sense. It costs me energy to run, and it also requires a big investment. So if you can run it locally on the hardware that you have, I recommend it. But is it good? I would say Qwen 3.6 is very good. So I've been coding with it pretty much anytime that I'm coding right now, and I'll use I'll use Qwen 3.6 to brainstorm and to code, and then what I'll do is I will double check my work by switching the model to like GPT 5.5, and then I'll continue, especially if I get into a loop, because yeah, sometimes the 3.6 models, they're still not as good as Claude Opus or GPT 5.5, but they're really solid. I would definitely recommend you try to use them if you can. Like it's fairly they're fairly good. One recommendation that I had, if you're running the Qwen models, you need to be a little bit better with your prompting. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, local is your free tier, depending on what depending on what hardware you're able to run it on. You personally use it with Llama CPP Turbo Quant to fit on your 12 GB VRAM, it takes about 9 gigabytes of VRAM with 260. Oh wow, you're getting 260K context. Are you using 4-bit quant on your 3060? I know Turbo Quant quants the KV cache. I hear that if you're doing tasks, you don't want to cache your you don't want to quant your KV cache too much, or else you might run into tool calling issues. But I haven't tried those things, unfortunately. GB300, is GB300? That's the chip, right? Just the chip. Oh. Is this? Yeah. Okay. I thought you were saying that we should buy a GB300. This is a freaking $500,000 rack, right? If I remember. Jeez, yeah. If I could, I would totally get one of these. Yeah, this would be nice. Like if I just won the lottery, I think I would probably buy one of these. Probably buy a rack if I won the lottery. So maybe I should go get a lottery ticket and hope that I'm the winning number. Not sure what the preprocessing time was for your Q4 unslothed GGUF with MTP, but I could say that it was hanging when it tried to do a tool call, and everything was immediately much slower for preprocessing. So, non-token prediction still has your vote. Yeah, I would say probably for. I don't know what the quality difference is for the Q4 versions, MTP. I was running just the regular quant sizes here. Let me see if I was running just the Q4 models, 4-bit quants. Let's see where it is. Should be here. So I was running the Q4 version, the non-MTP version, and this one actually is very useful. This one is also very useful still. Like I'm able to get very fast tokens per second with this model, and let me run a new session. And we can see here inside of the window, we are, let's see how fast we're getting it. Getting about 50 tokens per second here on the Q4 version. Give or take. Yeah, 53 tokens per second here. So, not too bad, not too bad. See how fast it's pre-processing. Yeah. So yeah, both I think are fairly good. I was running the Q4 version. I wasn't having too many issues with it. So, Chips, you'll take a GB300 if anyone wants to send it to you. I'll let you know if I have any GB300s like sitting around, and might be able to ship one to you, but no promises. Dell's also offering a single GB300 blade as a desktop. They did not post the price, so you know it's expensive. Yeah, those are the types of orders where you click on the Dell computer and it says contact us for quote. That's when I know hardware is expensive. Like if you've ever gone to a restaurant and you're trying to buy, like, you know, let's say like their steak or something, and it says ask server for price, you know it's going to be too dang expensive. Like that's the same vibe I get when it says, "Oh, send an email for a quote." You know what's interesting, Mars and Bars? So, pre-processing tokens. Actually, let me see. Let me start this server again. Pre-processing on this Q4 model is actually not much faster. What would be the extensions being used here? All right, let's take a look at this. See, it's not telling me how many tokens for a second. Where is it at? Yeah, prompt eval token time is still about the same on this 4-bit quant as it is on the full precision model. So I'm actually not too sure what's going on there. I don't know if it's supposed to be faster with the smaller quant or if it's not. But yeah, let me go ahead and close out of that one. Contact us for quote, and then they give you a form to fill out your company details. Really? Is it that? Hey, is it that that important? That pricey? Oh, mine is saying it's not even available. Oh, all right. Let's see the specs of this. Oh, look at that! It's a serious computer when it's coming with Ubuntu. It's coming with Linux only. 16 terabytes of storage. 496 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM. That's pretty good. It's got yourself a DGX B300. All right, that's not too bad. Oh, my camera died. Yeah, if you ask how much it costs, you can't afford it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is one of those things where you're supposed to be like, you send in a quote with how many you want, not how much it is. This is the type of thing that'd be like, hey Dell, I want 4 of your GB300 computers, and then you follow up with what's the price are you guys selling it at? But man, I wonder why does it have 2 cards? So this is the Now, I don't know how much faster this is, but I believe that's something like, if I remember right, these have 7 terabytes of bandwidth. That's a lot. That is a lot. All right, let me ask my AI, what's the difference between Grace Blackwell 300 DGX. Oh, here, no, we'll just do this. Between and the chip on the speeds wise. Yeah, from what I hear, the Blackwell chip is like 6 times faster, give or take. We'll see. How fast is this processing? Fairly fast. Okay. Dang. This says the AI is telling me 288 gigs of HBM3E. Oh. Memory bandwidth 8 terabytes a second versus 1.7K. Huh? Single precision FP32 is worse? Well, that's interesting. P8 9,000 teraflops. Wow. Wow. TDP of 1400. Okay, that's good. That's not bad. And this has NVLink. Yeah, that's nuts. Yeah, honestly, if you could get yourself a DGX B300, you know, heck, why not? That's where it's at. But I don't think that's I don't think normal consumers are buying this type of computer. I bet this probably costs about 90,000 if I had to guess, because it only has one chip. Man, that is nuts. Is that the chip? Oh, wow. That is an enormous chip. Man. Man, this would be great to have. This would be so cool to have. Man, this is only... You know what's so funny is, like, this is something, like, only tech people would be frothing at the mouth to have. Like, this is one of those things where I'm like, oh, man, I would really like to have one of these. It's just so expensive. Like, yeah, like, I feel like only tech people can really understand this. Or at least those that are getting into, like, the AI stuff. Because basically you could run anything on it. A fever dream, absolutely. Yeah. Definitely love to have it. This thing probably costs as much as a fully decked out Ferrari, not a Ferrari, Corvette. You can have a Corvette or you can have a Dell Pro Max. I would buy the Dell Pro Max with the GB300. Hot take. What was the issue with the DGX Spark? Didn't it have memory bandwidth limitations or something? I don't remember. I love how I'm just gonna add and talking to the title of my live stream because I am doing a lot of talking. But I did hear that the DGX Spark was decent. I mean, what's the bandwidth? But I don't have one, so I'm not too certain on this. It comes with 273 gigabytes of memory bandwidth. I mean, that's decent, right? Obviously not faster than like a Mac. I feel like that would be like a software thing, right? You tested the Qwen 27B model and took off the offset and brought down my context to 65k context tokens, and it ran a lot faster. 16 tokens per second, but Hermes runs bad in 65 context. New GPU. Hey, it might be time to get a new GPU, or I was gonna say I don't know if you can stack like two 3060s in there or something like that. I don't think that's how that works, unfortunately. But yeah, it might be time for a new GPU. Maybe. Yeah, 65k context tokens. I feel like I could not operate on. Cerebrus supports smarter models at crazy speeds. What's Cerebrus? Is that is this a AI system? Is this new? Is this a system? CS for organization that demands. Oh, interesting. Seamless integration. Oh, that's a lot. That looks like a lot of bits. That is 21 petabytes per second. Wow, that is huge, isn't it? I wonder how much a system like this would cost, though. Holy moly. Yeah, maybe we gotta wait for more chips to come out. Yeah, Nvidia though is dominating the space. What do I need a Corvette for? I don't even leave the house. Honestly, same. Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice to drive a Corvette, but shoot, like most of my stuff is at home, and I usually just stay at home on the weekends. I don't know about you guys, but yeah, mostly just at home, either playing video games or playing around with AI stuff. But yeah, Cerebrus, that'd be kind of neat. And man, this Dell Pro is nuts though. Would love to have that. Mars Bars, you recommend Nanashi uses the 35B sparse model, super fast with offloading. That would be good, right? Because it only needs 3 billion parameters for inference, so it only loads what it needs. That's what I heard. I feel like I read something on the local llama Reddit for that. And I got a lot of good information from local llama for the Qwen 3.6 27B models. I was like, if you guys post on Reddit, I might be looking at some of your... I probably look at some of your guys' posts here. I go here a lot for checking out parameters. Yeah, I think I saw a post about MTP with Ngram, I think it was. No, not that. I think I was running Ngram and spec. Yeah, this was it right here, I think. Yeah, spec draft. Yeah, I go through these to check out how some of these parameters operate. So, yeah, this is if you're looking to get into like local LLMs, this is a good Reddit. What are they called? Subreddit to go and look at and test out some of those things, or to get information. Memory bandwidth is a limiting factor for the Blackwell 10 for the Spark, but the ability to use NVFP4 offsets that. I've heard NVIDIA floating point 4 is fairly fast, right? I even think the Qwen 27B models have them. 6 from Unsloth. This might be something to try out too. If you if you want to try to run the NVP the NVIDIA floating point 4 models, this repo here, the Unsloth one. Cerebrus models. Cerebrus serves models at 1,000 tokens per second by burning the model onto the chip. It's insane, but models are old right now. Honestly, that's super cool. But the issue is that you have to... So so Cerebrus, if I understand from your comment, is the chip is literally built for that architecture or for that model that they're inferencing with. I mean, honestly, that's pretty cool. Wow. Wow, that would be nuts. Like, imagine, like, so one thing that I've noticed inside of agentic workflows, so I am always looking for faster and faster inference for agentic workflows, because the limiting factor for how fast the models can go through my projects is how fast it can process tokens and output tokens. So if it's able to process tokens at output tokens at 1,000 tokens per second, that is nuts. And even faster if it's able to do, I don't know, maybe 100,000 tokens per second for prefill. That would be crazy. Wow. But this is, with how fast the models are advancing right now, I feel like this would be you would have to settle on a model that might be outdated. So that's possibly the only issue with this. But if they're able to change it to where let's say maybe instead of Kimi K2, Kimi K2.6, instead of making a model specifically for Kimi K2.6, they instead just make a chip for Kimi models. If they're able to do that, this would be crazy. So definitely waiting for something like that in the future. Yeah, I might be missing the context, but the $5, I'm not too sure. For you chips, not too sure. Pricing. World's fastest inference. Interesting. Yeah, they're stuck on GLM 4.7. 1,000 tokens per second. That's crazy. Oh, they have Open Router. I have to open up an Open Router account. I would like to try some of these things. That would be cool. Well, so actual performance for Open Router is about 420 per second. Oh wow, that's nuts. I have a 3070 Ti, but maybe I can buy one more and then run them with NVLink. I think it was still available with it. Tesla P40 is just too old, I guess. I think 3090s were the only one of the Ampere architecture that had NVLink. I could be mistaken there though. So you might be out of luck with like the 3070. I was like, Nanashi, if you're just looking to inference, maybe a Mac, an MLX, maybe a Mac, and you use the MLX version of models might be better for inference. I've heard Mac has very good performance for price. Ages ago, don't worry about it. All right, cool, thank you. What we need is a huge FPGA to do that. How would you program the FPGA to be fast? I only worked with the FPGA once, but isn't an FPGA, isn't that kind of like what an NVIDIA GPU is? So NVIDIA GPUs aren't the fastest, and they don't claim to be the fastest at everything, but they're a general accelerator. And I would assume that you would just need to program an FPGA to be to be customizable for the model. Maybe I wonder how that would work. I don't know how the hardware level of the stuff works here, so I have no clue. I have no clue. I assume there's something like when I had an FPGA, it was a ginormous bulky device like this with all these different inputs and everything. But if I understand, I thought like maybe the speed for something like Cerebrus is that everything is like nanometers apart on a tiny chip, which is where the speed would come from. Yeah, it's a little slower through Open Router. Okay, that makes sense, but still faster. FPGA is basically a user configurable ASIC. It can essentially act like any IC if you provide it with appropriate HDL. Now, there are a few acronyms in there that I do not understand, so we are going to break this down for dummies. Down for dummies, please. Alright, let's see. Application-specific integrated circuit. It's a custom chip designed to do one specific thing. The manufacturer, you can't change what it does. Okay, I understand that. Yes, correcto. FPGA, yes, know that. User configurable. Okay, hardware descriptive language. This is the code. We're like architect. Describing the physical circuit. Okay, I understand that. It's basically user compatible and customizable with whatever coding language you might want to use or whatever HDL you want to use, and you can customize it for your needs. Now, I see. I don't know. Like, I don't know where the speed comes from for like Cerebrus. It's the fact that things are very close together on the chip. So I wonder if you had like an FPGA style chip like that for different models, if the fact that you have the modularity will slow things down. So you're sacrificing speed for convenience. Okay, so okay, so should I keep running this model in 4-bit quant? Okay, so man, in terms of trying out additional things inside of or with Qwen 3.627b, there was another thing I think that I wanted to, let me see, add. Oh, yeah, that I wanted to add to this this model here. So let me go ahead and resume an older chat. No, let me resume. Okay, well, I was working on something. Alright, well, guess we'll start from scratch here. Alright, go ahead and start new. Do project onboarding here to get up to speed. And maybe you could do a Mac. Nanashi. You want to stop paying for codecs, but it might be cheaper to just continue using it. Unemployed at the moment. Using Qwen 3.59b, but it's fast but limiting. Yeah, man. I mean, while you're around and looking for things, I mean, you got to try to find an inference engine that might be a little bit cheaper. I think if you went with Mac, I would say like. So I've been playing around with the idea of using mostly local models and then API calls for for things that I maybe need additional brains for. So if you're able to just use like GPT 5.5 API calls for additional things that you don't need, or for additional like understanding for your project, but not your daily driver, you might be able to get away with a local solution. Like that's kind of what I'm doing with my local coding right now. Is I'm using the Qwen models for most of my project work, brainstorming and implementation, and then I'll bring in like GPT 5.5 later for cleanup. For the FPGA, you can make it into any CPU, GPU, or potentially some weird specific Cerebrus-like IC that is built for a specific architecture. Essentially emulate any IC in hardware, sort of. Pretty sure that FPGA can also implement memory, but I'm not too sure what the limits are. It's capable of powerful. FPGA exists to do that effectively, though. Yeah, I'm kind of on board too. I'm not too sure if like a modular system like that would be able to reach the speeds of a very specifically designed chip. I was trying to maybe like pull a parallel. It's like you know, I don't think a Toyota Camry will ever be as fast as a Ferrari, but you know, they still achieve the same functions. They get you from point A to point B. Okay, let me see what I got here. Uncertainties. UTTS. Okay. What is it? Personal Pi package, tech stack. All right. Let's see. Ooh, how do I do word wrap in? How do I do word wrap in LazyVim? Shoot. How to do word wrap in NeoVim. Alright, let's do LazyVim. Let's see. Leader Uwu. Okay. Alright, Uwu. Ah, nice. There we go. Alright, let me answer these questions. Personal project. Looking to add a new functionality to the Pi emote. Oh, shoot. 2. Let's see. The model data on the chips, instead of constantly moving back and forth between slower external memories, from what I understand. They build custom wafer scale chips, but they're super expensive to make, and AI scalers better across large. An AI scales better across large clusters of small GPUs, with speed is what they want to showcase. Yeah, definitely. I think the speed is definitely it's got its what am I trying to think? It has its use case. Like, let's say like a Cerebrus chip. Like if you have a robot and you don't plan on changing how the robot operates very much, like you want to keep the same model on there to maybe keep it consistent, you would probably throw like a Cerebrus chip in there to make it as fast as humanly possible. I assume that's where they're trying to target things, is embedded systems rather than inference to like you and I. I feel like, to me, it feels like they would want to do embedded systems with them. Okay. Like that's to me what feels most natural. Give me one moment. Ugh, allergies. Alright, the local. This is a scratch space. Don't worry much about it. The skills. The skills. Keep them there for now. There for later. Get branches. Leave them. They were for testing. Location extension. Yes, for now it's fine to be on path. The functionality I am building, the function that I would like to build is that the emotes should be customizable. Oh wait, hold on. So that the emotes command follows something similar to the tree structure as the notification command. For example, when I click enter, it enter on the notification command, it goes into a new branch that gives me options to select. I would like to do that for the Pi emote extension. Okay, and go ahead and send that in there. Robotics are picking up steam. I believe so. Like, have you guys seen the Unitree? I think it's Unitree, right? From China. Man, these are man, they're picking up steam. This is the one that I've seen recently, like the Unitree robotics. Like I definitely know China is making a lot of robots right now. I've been seeing a lot of robots come out of China. I think Unitree is the biggest one. Ah, my ears. Like, this is cool. I actually haven't seen this. You gonna do push-ups? Well. This is gonna be nuts. Like, this is just like version 1.0 before the robotics revolution. Is it let me see. That's kind of creepy. This is like give me a hug type of vibes right here. What else does it do? But low key, like this is a little spooky, right? A little bit spooky, a little bit cool. Like they're gonna be making, like robots are gonna be making its way into day-to-day life. I would assume probably within the next 5 years. Yeah, the mechs. Yeah. Pedro Gorilla, thank you for tuning in. NVLink only works with 3090, last consumer GPU to support it. That is true. I also think your stream might be delayed quite a bit, because I think I talked about that like probably like 20 minutes ago on the stream, give or take. And the Unitree robots are pretty awesome, yeah. Unitree is probably the main reason it's blowing up right now. Yeah, no, I've seen like all of those things pop up inside of like the Reddits and whatnot. Unitree. Like I think like the functionality is there. We just have to get it doing like the dangerous tasks. Like yeah, like it'll be great for mining in dangerous areas, or for like for doing tasks or cleaning in areas that might be dangerous. And being able to follow customizable like instructions, like that could be great, because like there's a lot of dangerous kind of roles that exist that maybe it would be safer to send a robot in and do, and also very efficient. You don't have to risk harm for that. But with robotics comes a whole different discussion. With like, okay, what's gonna happen with the jobs, and that's something that needs to be discussed as well. So obviously, we want to make sure that people are taken care of. All right, everything's already in place. Here's what was implemented. Copy your drill down menu. Okay, cool. So it looks like it modifying the function here. Let's go ahead and test it out. We'll go ahead and reload the extension here. Let's go ahead, go into emote display. Nice, cool. Alrighty, so yeah, looks like this new function is in here. Go ahead and select this. All right, we got a different character here. Got this one, ASCII bear. What the heck? What is that? Test. Oh, you can swap it. I feel like now I need to be able to make these kind of emotes here. Always show. Okay, image size. Always show. What? What does that mean? Okay, cool. Go ahead and reload this. Nice. That's kind of a weird bug there. Okay, still shows. Alright, I don't know what that is too much. These humanoid robots are just hype. Wrong form factor, most interesting applications. Dangerous for home use. Check the videos, I'm going crazy. Wouldn't want them nearby. Absolutely, yeah. I don't think we want them in human settings at the current moment because of issues with them. I do think that there are applications for them because, like, let's say you're trying to do a task that maybe the humans have done. You could build a specific robot for it, or you could build a robot that's very general. And I think for fulfilling general tasks, these types of humanoid robots are going to be very important for. Because yeah, like in a factory, we could probably make specific robotic arms that are able to operate faster, stuff like that. and it's a lot more efficient than having a bunch of robots do things. But I think the issue with humanoid robots is that they're just a more general form factor. So if you can get a very general form factor to do a lot of different tasks, I think that's kind of where the value in it lies. And yeah, they're a lot more accessible from what I understood. Every lab and every student using the Unitree G1. Yeah, that makes sense. I think what they're like, how much does one of those cost? It's like 20K, right? Or 40K? Price, let's see. Wow, it's only 14,000. Now that's a lot of money, but for a robot like this, I think it used to cost like hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? In order to get something like this. That's crazy, actually. Not gonna lie, it's kind of cool. You know, if this is launching cheaper than like the Tesla bot. I think they said the Tesla bot, if it ever comes out, was supposed to be like 20K, right? Like I can't imagine like we'd have to beat this price for it. So whoever suggested the 35B, thank you. You ran it. 128 off K. Context token offset to 28. 18 tokens per second. Yeah, the one who suggested it to you was Mars and Bars, Nanashi. Yeah, the 35B. The only thing with the 35B is it's I was doing a little testing with it, and I found I need to guide it a little bit more, but it's still really good. It's still a really good model. 20K for the normie Twitch streamer version, 60K for the developer version. Yeah, I could see myself investing in one of these maybe, but I would need additional space to be able to try out one of these. $5,000 for a Power Ranger? I get $5,000 for a Power Ranger. This is a DGX Spark. Wow. Okay, that's kind of cool. Interesting. But okay, so the issue is that it has to be able to like it has to be able to do laundry and dishes, not just throw hands and do handstands. Or else it's pretty much just gonna be a play thing. But yeah, absolutely. Right now, it's mainly for researchers, I think, and people in the space developing. Yeah, this looks like a Power Ranger, not gonna lie. It's funny. The G1 has fixed hands. The real hands cost extra. Oh, interesting. Really? What are we looking at for that? Oh. Oh, this is the big one here. By hands? Where are the hands at? There's a lot of products here, not gonna lie. I honestly didn't know they had this many products. I thought it was just like a few robots. Man, they got a lot. They got home fitness equipment? What the heck? Unitree pump. Hey, maybe I need to get one of these. I could do this on stream and grab one of these cable machines. Yeah. What the heck? Well, that's interesting. I feel like I've seen something like this on YouTube. I don't know how well they work. Resistance training. The world is shaped by humans for humans, so the humanoid form factor can be useful, but not for performance and efficiency. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if you're trying to get the most optimal performance and efficiency, yeah, you probably don't want to go with humanoid robots, but our world has been constructed for humanoid form, so given that it's the most like, you would want to build the most general agent in order to be able to accomplish tasks that we're able to do. So I don't see I only see it growing in that field for making them more mobile and more capable. Like, if I needed a robot to do my dishes, right? I assume there are automated systems that can do that. But it'd be nice to be able to just have, like, the robot, like, go and do it automatically as a task, and then once it's done, it just goes into its charging rack or something. Where's the robot waifus? What the heck is taking them so long? I don't know. These were promised to us a long time ago, huh? They were promised to us a while back, so we're hoping they come out. I think it'll be a unique kind of future with a bunch of humanoid robots. Like, we haven't even they don't even really walk the streets yet, so we might be getting like iRobot sooner than later. I guess we'll have to see and wait. Okay, let me see what's going on here. Okay, so it looks like the 3.6 Qwen 3.6 is doing fairly strong here. Let me stop this. Launch this model here. Oh, shoot, no. Launch, we're gonna launch draft 4. 25 tokens a second. This stream was a great help. Yeah, no problem. Feel free to spam the comments as much as possible. Not too much, but you're not spamming. It's kind of great to see the comments being helpful to others. That's the environment I like to foster here. We're all here learning, so it's nice to see. 25 tokens a second. That is a big jump up from 6 or so tokens earlier. Alrighty. What else did I want to do with this sprite here? CLS. I guess I should push this to GitHub. What branch am I on? Get status, get add. Okay. Add pie emote. Menu. Push. Okay, looks like we're good there. What else do I have here? Okay. That looks good. Okay, notification off. I do kind of want to build, I want to be able to build a new sprite set. I wonder how difficult that would be. to wire in to to wire into Comfy. I haven't used Comfy UI in so long. I don't even know what version it's on. Comfy UI. Comfy. Yeah, I don't even know where my local install of Comfy UI is. I don't think it's anywhere, actually. You think you figured out why MTP is significantly slower? More offloading for more context, which you can get 80 to 90 tokens per second on no token prediction, but MTP chugs with the same context length. I find that kind of weird. Like let's say you're offloading with if you're offloading with MTP, and then if you're offloading without MTP, I thought those results would be the same. But yeah, that could be the disconnect. I've only had fairly positive experiences with the MTP model so far. Like, it is running very well. Like, I'm able to get up to 80 tokens per second with MTP, especially with the 8-bit quantization version of it. And then, okay, Comfy UI. Last time I checked Comfy, it was for stable diffusion. Supports the latest open source tools. Nano Banana. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I wonder if there's a way to like wire this into Pi to be able to generate my own sprite set, but maybe that's getting too deep into the weeds for this emote set, because I don't even have a character that I want to design yet for this emote set. I will go ahead and download this though. What's the difference? What's the CUDA version difference? CUDA. Okay, it does come with 13. Alright, go ahead and download this. Go ahead and get this downloaded. But yeah, I want to get back into like the AI agents and VTuber stuff sometime, so I might be building that back into my workflow. We'll see how far along the lines we get with that. There's already other creators working on that though that are a lot better at it. So I think I'm just doing it just to test out how the architectures kind of work nowadays in combination. For that, I'll probably need some type of memory system. I think that's pretty much it, just a memory system for some of these models. Let's like, if I go here, what types of memory systems exist for AI agents? I know RAG is a thing. I haven't played around much with RAG recently, but that was a thing when I was looking into this before. Vector memory, episodic memory, declarative factual memory, procedural memory. Interesting. Past events, interactions. Oh, I see. Procedural. React. Retrieve. GPT. Okay, I'll have to try this out. I believe you can kick off Comfy UI workflow through code or with API, so that might be what you're looking for. I will look at that, because yes, I would definitely would like to. I know Comfy UI has basically just become the de facto image generation app that most people recommend that you just use, because it just works out of the box. So I might try that. I use Grounded Docs MCP for documentation RAG. Runs offline with an embedding model. I saw some stuff on Reddit for RAG. Is it like, do you still embed models with vectors, and does that work with like thousands of entries, or do you end up getting issues with the thousands and thousands of entries? Because I imagine over the course of, thousands of interactions, it's going to blow up the memory and make retrieval a little slower. Grounded Docs MCP. Here, Unstract is pretty good for RAG. Okay, I might take a look at that. Grounded Docs. Okay. Comfy UI is where all the AI cam girls are born. I believe ya. Comfy UI is where all the AI workflows are born from. It's ultimately an ultra extendable node-based interface, right? So people use it for text-to-speech, people use it for video, people use it for image, pretty much everything. And then you guys said there's Unstract. Unstract. Does it have a GitHub? Unstract. One's MIT, one's AGPL. I'd probably use the MIT one. MCP server solves the problem. Docs MCP server solves the problem of AI hallucinations and outdated knowledge by providing a personal, always current documentation index for your AI coding assistant. Okay, cool. Yep, it can scrape huge corpuses of text, and then it basically just creates a vector DB that the embedding model uses when searching. Doesn't really use much memory. Vectors and suggesting scrape data, even a potato hardware. I have done vector embedding in the past. I think I was using a Qwen embedding model. What was I using? I think I was using this embedding model, and it was pretty dang fast. If you don't mind me asking, what embedding model are you using on your system? I know there's a lot that have been released. If I just want it as MCP for memory for something like a conversational agent and not for code docs, you could fork the code. Yeah, probably. I think, yeah, I really just need it to be local. I don't think I want it to run as an MCP. Maybe, maybe not. I am starting to check out MCPs, but I do not have MCPs built into the Pi coding agent yet. Let me see if there's an extension for it. MCP extension. Pi MCP adapter. Let me see. Is MCP servers with Pi? Mario wrote about why you might not need MCP. The problem, tool definitions are verbose. A single MCP server can burn 10k tokens. You're paying the cost that whether you use these tools or not. Connect a few servers and you've burned half of that. Skip MCP entirely. Write simple CLI tools instead. MCP databases, browsers, APIs. Adapter gives you access without the bloat. Instead of 100. So when you actually use them, maybe I do need to do MCPs. I mean, the guy did say, the creator of Pi said to skip MCP, but I am also thinking like, well, isn't that a waste of tokens? So Blaze. Many popular MCPs aren't efficient for specific tasks. Need to cover all bases. Extending existing MCP. Composable. Results of generate MCP. Set the disk. Use cases. Pull in the README whenever I need it and don't pay for it every session. Yeah, the way that I understand MCPs is that it operates in its own agent, and then it returns a result back to the orchestrating agent, if that's my understanding correct. This is anti-MCP propaganda. A decent agent loop fleshes out tool calls context when it's not needed. Granite embedding models. If you just want it as an MCP for memory for something like conversational agent, not for code docs. Oh, I already read that. Granite embedding small English. Gigaf. MCP propaganda. I didn't even know such a thing was anti-MCP propaganda was a thing. Okay, cool. I'll take a look. I'll keep Granite in mind as well. Granite 3.6 is pretty good at porting code. Just saying. It as a skill rather than a full fat MCP server. Ask Qwen. That's true. But ideally, so like so the way I conceptualize MCPs, and I'm starting to conceptualize MCPs, is so you call an MCP with, like, let's say a certain amount of parameters, and all the MCP does is it operates, it's basically a black box function. You hand it a bunch of parameters and then it passes you back a parsable result without bloating the context of all the MCP work. If I understand it correct, that's what's happening, right? Yeah, decent agent loop flushes out tool calls context when it's not needed. MCP is really just a standard for how to get data as a tool call in and out of something. Doesn't need to be LLM powered. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That is understandable. I'm like, the issue with MCPs, I think that the author originally has, is that it bloats the context, but it's basically it performs its own function in the background, so I can't imagine how it would bloat like the context that we're working with. Grounded docs just uses an embedding model to return more relevant results. All right. Okay, cool. Let me see if this has a package.json. This does. Pi MCP adapter. All right, we'll go ahead and... All right, this guy has 1.5k followers, so he must be a reliable source. The repo has 802 stars. That's good enough for me. There's a lot going on here. All MCP tools are accessed through proxy tool. Want specific tools to show up. Okay. So what I can do is clone this. I can clone this to... Wait, hold on. Let me create a new directory. I'm gonna call this... I want a directory where I import extensions. I'm gonna call this upstream extensions. cd upstream. Git clone. Clone that. Change directory out. And then I need to modify now one thing that NeoVim does is it ignores my .git. So how do I modify the .git nvim git ignore? Okay. Going to add upstream extensions, QW, WQ, right? Okay. All right, so that should be get ignored. Alright, there we go. Grounded docs uses an embedding model to more relevant results. Yeah, I think I read that. So, maybe I'll try that out. Maybe I'll try that out in the stream here. Let me take a look. Yeah, I have to get an MCP adapter up and running though. So, we'll need my model to operate on that here. Resume. Alright, do new. Do add. We'll do project onboarding. For true rag, you want it to hook up to Llama CPP instance running an embedding model. Llama CPP. Can I launch multiple things in Llama CPP? Let me check my knowledge. Does Llama CPP allow me to launch multiple models at a time? Or do I need individual server calls for that? Right. Okay. See the. Let me see. Alright, so good news. Answer has evolved recently. Here's the breakdown. Historically, still true for Llama server. You need one server process per model, each on its own port. No built-in load model. Okay, understandable. It's a model management feature. Multi-process architecture. Multiple Llama services instance manually launch. Newer built-in lets you manage switch. Interesting. Can you get me the exact PR this was implemented in? Okay, so and then in here, I need you to make a plan to implement and incorporate the upstream extensions PyMCP adapter into extensions. The goal here is to take the upstream extension and move it into my extensions here. Can you create an implementation plan for this? Alright, we'll throw that in there. Alright, so you said it was a P. So that multifunction might be working. I've got a PR here. Okay, cool. Server, introduce API for serving, loading, unloading multiple models. Oh, okay, December 2025. Mars and bars, you use Cobalt CPP running on CPU as a separate instance from Uba. Running my main model on GPU. Okay, so you kind of split it that way. Cobalt CPP. Now, I think I have enough memory bandwidth to probably load mine onto the GPU, so I'll probably work on that and go with the Llama CPP option here. Unload, load them on the fly in Llama server. Oh, this is news to me. I didn't know that you could do this inside of Llama server. Use gigafs. Oh, interesting. Can I do that to localhost 80, I think? I don't have access. I didn't launch it with multiple. Alright. Cobalt CPP is literally just a standalone Llama CPP with a lightweight GUI. Has the same features, but you don't have to install it as it's portable. Okay, so it's like Llama. I generally like to stay away from forks of the main package that I'm running. So in this case, this would be my fork of like Llama CPP. Because they're not always up to date. But oh, this one's been around for a while. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I gotcha. I might factor that in. We'll see. Oh, hold on. What is this? Okay, well this is neat. This here is neat. Multi-process. Reason for the choice to be resilient in case. Router spawn with args, post ready via API load model running. Okay, cool. Thank you, you just annihilated Olama for me. Okay. Oh, that's neat. Okay. Alright, so it looks like we're able to do this, which is pretty neat. Which is loading and unloading multiple models here. I still have to kind of figure out how to do this with my launch scripts, but it's good to know that this is available. So yeah, let's see. Basically always up to date. For Kobold, I assume so. I mean, if I'm running Kobold, either I'm gonna always run Kobold or always run Llama CPP. I'm curious, do you just run fully on Kobold? Or do you use anything in Llama CPP? Oh, this one's also AGPL, so I probably can't use it inside of... it's not like I'm shipping anything with this, though, so it doesn't really matter. Alrighty. This I'll definitely keep in mind. Okay. Cool. Alright, let's take a look at this here. Yeah, I'm actually not too sure if yeah, if I have Qwen loaded, and then if I also want to use the embedding model, I wouldn't want to unload one model. You might be right on that. Because if I unload one model, I think it's going to delete my KV cache, and I wouldn't want that. So yeah, probably 2 instances would be best for me. Uba as your main driver. Okay, fair. I know Uba's been around for a long time. A lot of other ones have come out, I've heard, though. Like, I guess I heard LM Studio. There's anything LLM. But Uba's the OG, right? Okay, let's take a look at this. Detailed implementation, project understanding. Lazy loading. Currently there's installable sub package. Modification. Okay. The test in the subdirectory, but not needed at runtime. Okay, that's fine. Pro extension. Any modifications? Upstream uses module next. Alright, this looks like a well done plan. Alright, let's go ahead. Defaults seem mostly fine, but keep the upstream as reference. Don't delete it. Here, I'll go like this. Preserve to keep. Yes. 3. Yes. 4. Dependency strategy per extension. Match the pie emote pattern. Keep as reference. Modifications, not as of now. TypeScript config. Good idea. Go ahead. Okay, there we go. Go ahead, send off the agent to do that. Uba Booga is pretty decent for keeping things up to date. He was only a few days late on getting the stable MTP version of Llama CPP out. Oh, really? Already? Well, from what I heard, I thought Uba Booga you just run in like an open AI compatible server, so you wouldn't even need to have Uba Booga be updated, but I actually didn't know that the Uba server it packages in Llama CPP in there. Well, that's kind of good. I wonder if they or if he has his own AI agents working on keeping this up to date. I can't imagine doing this as a single dude. Alright, and we are chugging along here for this functionality. Oh, package manager install. I'm confused as why would I need to npm this. Hold on. Hold on. Question. why do you need npm install here? Emote has no node modules. The root node modules. MCP adapter has runtime dependencies that Pi doesn't provide. Okay, Pi's JIT provides MCP, SDK, and the others above. The extension notification doesn't need npm install because it only uses. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me check. Do I need to do npm install for that? Let me ask if is that what this is for? He also added Uba is supposed to be a one-clickable, fully integrated solution. Oh, I see. He also added an Electron front end now to try and compete with LM Studio, but I noticed some quirks yet with the regular browser that the Electron has in comparison with a full-size web end full-size web front end. Oh, okay, interesting. I know I haven't been on the local LLM. I haven't really need to use the GUIs too much with local LLMs, so that could just be my my ignorance of those graphical user interfaces. So cool to see that that you're using them. Gives me some insight into them at least. Yeah, if I have a question, I just whip open Pi, or I just open a terminal and ask my terminal right now. Okay, gotcha. Here's what I would like. Go ahead and do the move. Once you finish the move, I prefer for the installs to be done like Pi handles them with Pi install. From what I understand, the npm install is going into my global env. Honestly, yeah, no, that's all good. It's just switching models and hopping back and forth between them does sound like a hassle. Let me finish the move first. The dependency is something we can validate after. The user wants me to do the move but not run npm, so they want me to. Okay, nice. Main get ignored. Let me. The files are already copied. Let me install the npm install. And the setup I have here is probably what the average person thinks programming is like. Honestly, yeah. I got a lot of stuff going on here with my cool little sprite going and thinking. It's not bad, you know? But before, like, even when LLMs were just first coming out, I was writing a lot of Python by hand. And that was grueling because I was slow. But yeah, now this is it. This is it. Okay, copied all upstream files. Package manifests. Get ignored. Want to test Pi install Pi extensions. Gotcha, so did Pi install, then reload. Now this is the output. Bro, why do I need npm install? Hold on, let me go here. Pi install npm dot. What? Hello? Who said I up? Who did that? Wait a second. So here's my pushback. Right now, I would like for the repo to be able to be installed through pi install dot from the workflow here in order for, oh, you guys can't see it, huh? For the from the workflow here, in order for this to work, the user will have to run their own npm installs each time, which I don't want here. Does this make sense, or is my concern incorrect here? Okay. In a good way, though. I think this is definitely interesting. Very cyberpunk. Yeah, no, not gonna lie. I kind of like this. It's kind of neat. The way that I'm coding and the way that the environment is running. Like this is what I also imagined when people say coding. And yeah, I'm slowly trying to do everything in the terminal because so when I'm doing application stuff, like I don't want to be using my mouse, and so it's a lot easier for me to just use keyboard commands to go back and forth between stuff. So I understand the beauty of keeping everything on the keyboard. It's kind of nice. Because if I had to keep moving my hand to the mouse and going back and forth, I prefer not to. So that puts me in the terminal here. Okay, cool. You're right. Pi install only resolves dips from the root package, not from existing extensions. Don't need it because they only use peer fix. Hoist the MCP. Okay, cool. All right, and I'm a little concerned a little bit, so I'm going to ask GPT 5.5, can you audit this latest work and make sure that it is indeed correct to do it this way based on my intent. All right, so we can take a look at Q control. Oops. Okay, CD by GitHub, Pi extensions, and then find file. Oops. Insert. Okay, so it has the dependencies. Okay, one important other point. So the newly vendored adapter. Why does it still want to do npm install? Root package is now stale because package JSON has new. Okay, fine. We'll just allow it. Okay, so alright, we'll let that run. Okay. It's heavier than your intent, endless like by emote. That's your intent. Root should be installed. Okay. Alright, we'll let that run. Quickly verify Pi's package install behavior. Your concern is correct. Auditing against Pi donks. npm install. Okay. Does not install. Register loads the local directory as is. Not sufficient to make local Pi install. Only non-Pi provided to root. State is clean, but for your exact desired workflow, alone won't be enough. Best options. If you want true local Pi install with no dependency, bundle the MCP adapter and its non-Pi deps into committed JS output. Point. Root dependencies are the right approach. So wait, my root dependency hoist with direction right, but it's alright. I think that's think 2 is fine. Real quick, before you implement, how would this install work for a user? What I'm imagining is that extensions would eventually become a list of extensions. Oh wait, hold on. So all that I need to do is update package.json with the extension deps, then point to that file for npm install, and then I'm good. Yes, option 2 is the direction the intended use of workflow. Pi install get this, or if you publish to npm, and that mode as well as the root package. Okay. Maintain one root package manifest and put shared runtime there. Extensions with only Pi provided imports can. Those steps to be added. Each extension can still keep. Okay. Gotcha. Is this all done now? Alright, cool. Gotcha. Is this all done now? Go ahead and alright, I'm gonna go ahead and switch off of the GPT 5.5 here, as I don't think I need it anymore, and then run the Qwen model here. Go ahead and tire the feature plan. I think it's fine to put in local now for the old feature plans. Alrighty. I was like, I have one more feature that I want to work on. It's already 7:52. I didn't even realize, so it's getting pretty late here. I was like, I ate some food earlier, but I'm starting to get a little hungry, and I was like, shoot, I don't think I have enough time to work out after this, but there's one more feature that I want to implement into here, which is a better way to conversate with the model. So currently, the notification reads out too much. So maybe I can give a quick example of what's going on with that, and give me 2 seconds. Integration is fully retired, and working repo is clean. Okay, so for example, great. So that is that. Oh, let me go ahead and update the documentation here. Actually, before I do that, I'm gonna go through this notification. If I go into engine here, I've got fish AI chosen. Cool. Select that. Engine set to fish. If I select the mode here, I can do a TTS here. Are you self-hosting CRXNG, or are you using a public instance? I believe I'm self-hosting it. From what I understand is CRXNG, I don't need to. If I'm privately hosting it, I'm not using like any APIs or anything like that. I'm running it on a local Docker server, so maybe I should look into it a little bit more. Make sure I'm not doing anything strange with it. Okay, cool. Now I have an issue kind of with continue. Update documentation. I have an issue with my TTS here, in that when I do text to speech, it reads out the entire response back, which for like if I'm working with a voice agent and I just need to hear what's done real quickly, I don't want it to read out so much stuff. So I'm going to need an extra summary call to make this smoother. Now, yeah, I didn't know. I thought the idea of CRXNG was to make it to run it on your computer locally. So the idea
proposal list of documentation to update.
Oh, here she goes.
AI changelog. MD add audit correction entry. Duplicate dep fix. Dependency hoist. Lock file refresh. Nested node modules cleanup. New files to add. None. Notes on existing docs. README. MD.
I'm gonna go ahead and cancel her out there. So currently right now, they like this huh? Hold on. Let's see. Let me see if this is broken now. Oh boy. I think my Pi is broken. I think what I need to do is I need to do npm. Failed to load extension. Cannot find module. Model context protocol. My goodness. Okay. Alright, now it's back. Oh, I think what I was saying earlier is that the yeah, I didn't know CRXNG was public, so. Is there a reason to run it publicly versus privately? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, ew, yucky. Ew, this is not compatible too much with my extension here. I'll have to fix that later. These are the public instances. I think I have links blocked in YouTube. If it was a link. Go ahead and resume this real quick. Let's go off. Yes, please. CRXNG public. Let me see. See, I was just using it because it was an easy, free target for search queries, but it seems like rate limiting is more of an issue than I expected. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know they would rate limit. Is it this one right here? Like the online instances? Let's crypt US. Let's encrypt. Yeah, I didn't know. Like, I should probably read into this a little bit more. Like, it says it's a free internet meta search engine. Yeah. Yeah, I read this document actually the other day, but I think it just went in one eye and out the other. Protect. Interesting. So is Seer XNG, is it actually a it's an actual search service that we're just making API calls into? How does it work? Okay. This makes sense here. Searches on other platforms. Okay, so like if I imagine there's like Google, Firefox, Brave search, all these different searches, it's able to make calls to those different search engines and aggregate them, I assume. Oh yeah, it's a search engine that searches search engines. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So you're adding a search engine. Okay, interesting. Okay. Oh, wonder if there's any way around that. Ah, there goes my camera again. Already. Alright, we're back. Like it for MCP because it's going to search Google, Bing, and find stuff. Even get blocked in one search engine. Okay. I mean, I've been using it on the model, and it's actually fantastic. I forgot who recommended it to me, but I didn't know it would be getting rate limited. Right. Okay, so I would need to fix the MCP stuff here, I guess. Guide for creating. But I don't want to what am I saying? I don't want to work on that yet. There's one more thing that I want to implement before I end the stream tonight, which is a summary model after the work is completed. So let me see. Let's project onboard this here. You on Discord probably. Now actually I don't, somebody on stream had said it, so I don't think it was a Discord, but I assume it's making waves around, which would make sense that they want to block it. Like, apparently Brave Search used to be a free API that you could access. And now it's not. So they definitely want to charge for some of those things. I believe the issue isn't that you can self-host search XNG. The issue is that the search engines are rate limiting search XNG requests. I assume that's the issue, but correct me if I'm wrong. I want to build a additional functionality on the TTS, on the notification TTS side of things. An issue that I get with TTS is that the TTS ends up reading the entire output, which is verbose and very hard generally to understand, especially if there are table outputs and all of that in the output. So I would like a configurable option. We'll call this 1 verbose, 2 shortened, where if the shortened option is chosen, then the model will run an API call to the current model in a different context to summarize the outputs of the last work done in a way that is friendly to as well when I'll build that. I'll build the feature in later. I'll go ahead and send that in. The issue with search XNG on the public instances is that they themselves are rate limiting the Docker container working on your NAS. And that could be true, yeah. I assume if they're getting used too much, they're rate limiting. I haven't had any issues with search XNG, but I'm also not like a power user of it right now, so it could be that. Oh man, need some extra coffee. Alrighty. Close that out, don't need that. Oh yeah, while that's going, I had extracted Comfy UI actually. Let me see. Huh. Comfy UI has this new file in here I've never seen before. Sear XNG plus Flare Solver is Chef's Kiss. I don't know what those do. What is it? Flare resolve? It resolves cloud flare, maybe? Models that use float 16. Oh, gotcha. All right, let's go here. Local host 8188. Comfy UI. Okay, here we go. Wow, there's a lot more in here than I remember. Assets. Wow, there's a lot in here. I have not used Comfy in a long time. Oh my gosh, information overload. Whoa. 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 There's a lot in here. This is not how I remember it looking like. Yeah, this is I guess modern day Comfy is quite different than what I remember. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Oh, I'll have to play around with this. Cloudflare that enables JS to bypass spam protection. Interesting, interesting. Gotcha. How many hours you have lost with Comfy UI? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I can only imagine. Yeah, the front end has had a ton of work done. I dabbled with it, trying the attendant fix scraping tool for somebody. Oh, with the Cloudflare, I see. Putting off setting up Comfy UI because I know I will also lose so much time. Yeah, honestly, I mean, I had some workflows in here for SDXL back in the days, for SDXL and a bunch of those other things for like some anime stuff that I was doing. I could probably import the images, but I'd have to find where those outputs were. I most likely put my old Comfy. I do have Comfy UI in here. The only issue with I was like, the only issue with maybe doing Comfy like on stream is that I would probably have to blur the outputs, the output section, before I try to like start generating stuff, because I've had some unpredictable you know, like nudity just pop out of nowhere with trying to utilize Comfy. So there's always that issue with some models. So I probably would not do that on stream. I'm not in the mood to get banned or anything like that, or strike or suspended. That would be terrible. Alright, so let's take a look at this message. API approach for summarization. It should be the same model. it should be a model that is available from the model command. Yeah, comfy UI, like, even if you're doing the most, like, say-so or very clean input, like, it can be very random, especially if you're just, like, typing, if you have, like, the auto-update output. Like, I was playing around with some of the Flash stuff just to generate things on the fly as fast as possible. And yeah, you know, you could see sketchy stuff pop up here and there. Kind of not good. And should be chosen by the user. Yeah, I totally, yeah. From what I understand, comfy is literally like you can extend comfy to do anything in AI. Like, people use it for everything. People use it for LLMs, people use it for training. I've seen people train in comfy UI. I'm like, what the heck? How are you training a model in comfy UI? There's that. You can have nodes for all of that. Like, it's crazy, it seems like. But I never got into it. Maybe I should. Maybe I should get into it, but we'll save that for maybe another time. Put an SFW on the prompt and the opposite on the negative prompt, and still stuff comes out. Yeah. The models don't necessarily always follow SFW, because I assume some NSFW has made its way into the training data that's been unlabeled. So 3. What do I here? Length threshold. Should there be a minimum? Maybe like not be summarized. Make this configurable. You've trained with Comfy and it's actually good. I mean, if you think about it, Comfy is just the interface, so it's no different than Gradio or anything like that. And I've definitely trained in Gradio interfaces, so it's definitely possible. But desirable, possibly even desirable, maybe, if you get familiar enough with it. So there's always that. Error handling. If the option for shortened is chosen, I'll put an error and then skip. Name. Keep it on the same level as those. I will test it. Now you can just have your agent make the workflows for you. Yeah, pretty much true. inside of Comfy. I bet so, right? You could tell the agents to make the Comfy workflows for you. The only issue, like, I had with was you have like 5 billion different nodes that you're trying to connect in Comfy. I mean, it's kind of like a puzzle. It's kind of fun in and of itself, but that's where the fun begins and the fun leaves, maybe. Well, yeah, might. We'll definitely play around with this. Get some new stuff going in Comfy. Right, go ahead. Cool. Okay, so I think this will be my last implementation for this stream. The question about Qwen 3.627b being able to be ran locally, it's absolutely viable. Like, in terms of like full agentic vibe coding, yeah, it seems like it's fully usable. So far with all my usage, it's very very smart, and it's able to code very well. Of course, I'm not auditing every little bit of the code, but I'm checking and verifying that the code works, so that's as far as I can do it. Alrighty. But yeah, it's kind of crazy how the paradigm of coding, at least for some people, has changed quite a bit, to where a lot of the workflows is agentic. Now I know the whole just vibe coding everything is boring to a lot of people, and some people don't like it, but I find it's pretty nice because I can rapidly iterate on ideas. So let me see. I wanted to see there are any what's the best image generation model right now? Best image generation model 2026. Is it Flux? I don't know. Search up Reddit. I feel like this is. I don't know. Like, where do I find this at? Artificial intelligence on Reddit? No. Maybe the Stable Diffusion Reddit group? Throwing local into here. Hello. I feel like I should be careful with trying to look this up on stream. I feel like I never know what I'm gonna get with this. Maybe I should maybe Civet AI. Civet AI should be censored, I believe, right? Yeah. That's what subgraphs are for. Once it's made, it's a hidden graph that you can surface only the options you want to tweak. No more noodles. Oh, interesting. Okay. Gotcha. I'll take a look at that. I feel the same. I'm a software engineer by trade and love this stuff. I've been able to finally make progress on tons of projects I've been lingering because I know how the time to build them. Yeah, no, that's absolutely how I feel. As someone who was, I was learning when GPT 5.5 came in, Python stuff, and how to code stuff in Python, and then GPT 3.5 came out, and the rest is history. It allowed me to iterate very fast, and yeah, that's where I'm at. Yeah, especially with the agentic workflows, I can iterate through so many ideas that I had. A lot of stuff with that. She goes to Civet. Hey. From what I understand, Civet has censorship if you're not logged in. I could be mistaken though. Yeah, maybe this is. Yeah, I think I do need to be logged in for like NSFW, correct? Could be wrong. I need like pixel art. I need like pixel art. Zero image turbo is very popular. Flux to Klein. That sounds like ancient magic to me. A Civet is separated now. Do not go onto Civet Red. Let me open up a incognito window in another place. Civet Red. Ah, interesting. Wow. Interesting. Okay, well, now I know. Now I know. But, like, the thing that I'm thinking about is... Oh my goodness. Oh my god, I should not scroll down anymore. So what I'm just trying to do is... I would like a animation here that's... it needs to be consistent, and it needs to maintain a certain format. That's able to be... that has all of the different emotions and emotes that I need here. I guess I will have to whip open code for this, as I don't really have stuff pulled up for that yet. But the extensions have these emotes. I've got compact. risky, yeah. Yeah. So I need to create like these little emotes for the emote thingy that I'm using, and I need them to be very coherent. So I don't know if I can do this. If I can do this on with local models, keeping the coherency the same. They can separate it however they like. The community is just cooked. Could not agree more. I mean, honestly, for this, I could probably just use GPT Image 2, ChatGPT's latest image model, and it might be able to create me a sprite sheet, not gonna lie. Just use an edit model. An edit model? What's an edit model? Is it... So you can have a... Like, let's say I have a sprite here. I've got like this dog photo. I can just have it edit the same type of dog. I'll have to check. I'll be around for this just to check for that. Give the workflow the original as reference and prompt for each variant you want. All right, that sounds like an idea. I'll have to work on that. Oh. Qwen edit. Let's see. Qwen image edit. Enhanced version over Qwen image edit. Better consistency. Image edit, improve character consistency. Huh. Okay. Well, this is pretty good. I guess what it's character consistency. I could just use like a prompt here, I assume. All right. Thank you for letting me know about this one. I'll take a look at that. Qwen image edit. All right, we should be good here. Documentation implementation complete. Here's what's added. All right. Okay, cool. So, we should be able to. Let me reload this. Notification. Summarizer model. Use Qwen alias. Notification. Hello. Hello, why can't I use this now? So, I set the model summary, and now the notification command doesn't even open up any windows. So now it's broken for selecting things. Use all the Qwen all the time and all the things. Pretty much. I mean, if there was Qwen for everything, I would definitely be using it. Okay, so now my my model is just broken now. Or my pie is just broken. Hold on. Let me see. What? Now it's working? Hello? That was a weird bug. Okay, that was a weird bug. Now it's working. Okay, let's try something new here. Let's go to new. You have your code in OneDrive folder. This is not good as it breaks things. Sometimes it can't edit due to permissions and weird issues. Well, I do have it in my OneDrive, but my OneDrive folder is actually unlinked to Windows. So it doesn't actually save or anything like that. What the heck? Now it doesn't follow. Yeah, so I haven't had any permission issues with it. But now there's another weird issue here, and that... Alright, let's see if it does it.
Now I have a thorough understanding of the repository. Here's my onboarding summary. Maru, clarifying questions. What would you like to work on? This repo is a personal...
Okay. It's not working. We go ahead and do this. All right. Resume a different session. 10 here. Okay. And so what I would do here, so I'm going to do... Since I had Qwen implemented, I'll just switch to GPT 5.5, because I don't want to spend too much more time trying to debug it too much. So there are a few issues that I noticed when I selected the model in notifications. It froze my Pi and didn't let me do any inputs or anything like that. I needed to Control C out of the Pi window in order for it to work. Also, now it does not do the summary. It is still reading out the whole thing. Note, I would like to be able to see what the model summarizes as well underneath the final output, but maybe make it gray, and it should not be included the chat context history. And then one more thing. It seems like when the model outputs are coming back, it no longer follows the text input box, and keeps scrolling out of view. So I need to manually scroll down. Alright, let's see if that gets fixed. But Qwen 3 or Qwen image edit. Yeah, Qwen is cooking. Qwen's got a lot of good stuff on here. Qwen image bench. I guess that's a new image model or benchmark. Qwen. I hear Qwen 3.7 is also going to be released, so... Oh, now it follows it. Never mind. Weird stuff going on. We fixed by replacing the nested... Scroll summary. I made summary. Wait inside the message editor. I'll patch those. Okay. See what the collection is. Collections. I totally forgot about Qwen 3 TTS. Qwen 3 TTS is pretty good too. Alright, let's see. Done, not done yet. Oh wow, it's doing a lot. Validation impacts the report's existing pure dependency. Alright, let's try that. Let's do a new project notification. Oh. Yes. All right, let's see.
Clarifying questions. What would you like to do? This repo appears to be in a stable state. Notification summarization feature is complete. Changelog updated.
All right, let me stop that. All right, it's still speaking out the full thing. Let's resume the chat there. All right, it still speaks out the whole output. Can we see what you think my intent is? Understand what I am trying to do. Alright. Gonna do a reconcile prompt to make sure the model understands what I'm trying to do. Almost. Alright. Alright, here's my understanding of intent. The problem, TTS reads out the entire assistant Okay.
Here's my understanding of your intent.
Oh, stop. I don't want you to read it out yet. Resume. Oops, resume. Any better naming for these things? We'll switch. Oh, shoot. What the heck? I didn't set the... I didn't set the output style. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm dumb. I'm just using this wrong. Okay, Stop. Dum. Okay. Alright. That was a skill issue, rather than a model issue. Damn. Alright, try that again. Big skill issue. Damn. Alright, we're back. Okay, I should read it out. Alright, yes, it's doing the output there. Cool. Summarizer returned empty response. Okay, that's something to work with. Before it, go back a couple messages. Actually, reply here. Zoom. Fork this. I end up getting I wonder what GPT-5's pre-processing token speed is. GPT 5.5 pre-processing prompt processing speed. Nothing here on the surface here. Okay. Oh, it failed. Shoot. Continue. Continue.
The changes I made should help. The key fix it.
Alright, let's go ahead and do that. Project onboarding. Okay, getting something like this. Spent the whole 512. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Probably want to have a very large token budget there. Wonder how much what's my status on here? Status. Okay, cool. I've got most of my GPT 5.5 limit. Perfect. Alright. sounds good. Alright, we'll just go with GPT 5.5 here. Be a little bit faster. Motion mix, good realistic TTS. You'll probably want to run Vibe Voice, Echo TTS, or Fish Audio S2. Those are my recommendations. There's like a billion out there, so you'll have to try them out. But yeah, those are the biggest ones that I can think off the top of my head. Ah, shoot. I didn't have my notifications set. Dump. Alright, we'll run this again. Okay, so it should call... Okay, yeah, I should call the local server. Alright, we should be finishing up here soon, so almost done. Want to get this TTS working though.
I've mapped out the Pigstensions project and confirmed it's built around 3 core features: audio notifications, an animated terminal avatar, and an MCP tool adapter. I've also documented the current setup and validation approach, which gives us a clear starting point. To keep things moving efficiently, I just need your input on which subsystem to tackle next, whether to preserve your current uncommitted changes, and your preferred testing workflow. Once you clarify those priorities, I'll jump straight into the next phase of work.
Cool. All right. It works. TTS summary is indeed working. Okay, cool. Perfect. So now I can actually viably use the TTS outputs here, because the previous TTS outputs I couldn't use. They were way too long. Number one, that wastes tokens. Number two, it's way too long to listen to. Alright, so let's say, is there anything that is being worked on right now?
There's active, uncommitted work focused on 2 main features. First, you're adding text-to-speech output summarization to the notifications, complete with updated documentation and configuration settings. Second, you're integrating a new MCP adapter extension, along with its dependencies. The only remaining step is resolving a minor TypeScript setup mismatch for the adapter, but otherwise the core development is well underway.
Cool. Alrighty. Okay. Well, that's gonna be it then. I think that's pretty much all that I wanted to do right now. There are a bunch of other things that I want to build into this, but I'm getting pretty tired. I gotta go eat something, and maybe play a little games before I go to sleep. But yeah. So good work. I don't know who's still in here, but yeah, I know all of you guys that tuned in today. Even if you're not still here, very much appreciate it. I'm gonna head on out of here, so I will see all of you guys in a future live stream. So catch you guys later. Bye bye.